Chapter 1655, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Chapter 1655, Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. What did you say? Jing Lu somewhat doubted whether his ears heard wrongly or not. Uncle Huang actually yielded. Wasn't it just a measly capital city? What was he afraid of? Uncle Huang pulled Jing Lu to the side and whispered, "Whatever there is, I'll tell you in a while. This place isn't a place to talk." Finished talking, he brought Jing Lu along and directly entered the auction venue. When everyone saw this scene, they were extremely surprised and started guessing Yi Yuan's ident. One after another. Very clearly, Melody Sun Imperial City did not dare to provoke Riverluck Capital City, while Riverluck Capital City did not dare to provoke Yi Yuan. Calculating this way, Yi Yuan's ident. Tai was big until it was a little frightening. Just what origin was this origin deity realm young man? In the crowd, someone suddenly shouted, isn't this Master Yi Yuan? Why haven't you gone in yet? The auction is going to start in a jiffy. Yi Yuan took a look, feeling that he was a little familiar. It should be a powerhouse who bought medicinal pills back then. This powerhouse clearly did not know what happened just now. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Going in right now, a small accident happened just now." That powerhouse smiled and said, "Then let's go in together?" Yi Yuan said, "Please." To be able to walk with Master Yi Yuan, this Lu is extremely honored. Done talking, the two people entered side by side, leaving behind everyone with shocked faces. Wasn't that the Soaring Sky Gang's gang leader, Lu Changtian? He's a sixth-layered, heaven divine lord powerhouse. He was actually so respectful toward that young man. I remembered the medicinal pill shop that caused a stir in the entire city these past few days. The stall owner seemed to be called Yi Yuan. It's actually him. No wonder. Even the three major factions have to queue up obediently in front of him. Young Master Jing kicked a metal plate this time. Yi Yuan and Lu Changtian entered the main hall. A middle-aged man came up to greet them. When Lu Changtian saw the arrival, his expression could not help changing. "I didn't expect that Alliance Chief Li actually appeared in person." Lu Changtian said with a respectful bow. Alliance Chief Li was naturally the Sword Star Alliance's Alliance Chief. Li Xing Lu Changtian did not expect that for the sake of this auction, Li Xing actually showed up in person. Li Xing smiled and said, "There are a few important people here tonight. This Li has no choice but to come. Master Yi Yuan, there was a little unhappiness just now. It was all our Sword Star Alliance who failed to look after well. Master Yi, please don't take it to heart." Hearing this, Lu Changtian had a look of astonishment. What kind of status did Li Xing have? He was actually so meek and humble toward an origin deity realm. This Yi Yuan's ident. Tai seemed to have an even greater background than he imagined. Yi Yuan had never seen Li Xing before, but hearing the two people's conversation, he knew that this was the Sword Star Alliance's Alliance Chief. "Some small fries always like to jump around. No worries," Yi Yuan said coolly. Actually, Lu Changtian did not know that Li Xing was also extremely shocked in his heart. Yi Yuan, an origin deity realm, actually sent the first-layered heaven divine, Lord Jing Lu, flying with one punch. How could he not be shocked? Perhaps this was a true genius. Compared to Yi Yuan, Jing Lu, this so-called genius, was like a frog at the bottom of a well. He was forever only able to see that tiny patch of the sky. Celestial deity? So, what if celestial deity? In the eyes of Empyreans and Heavenly Emperor powerhouses, celestial deities did not even count as ants. Li Xing said, "Younger brother Lu, I won't accompany you anymore. Please go ahead. Master Yi Yuan, I'll bring you to the Supreme Box Room." That place won't be disturbed by outsiders. Lu Changtian had an awkward look as he said with a smile, "You guys go ahead." This auction venue had a total of 4 regions: heaven, earth, and man, 3 levels. There was also a region that was normally not open to the public. That was the supreme area. But this time, they actually opened up the supreme area. What astonished Lu Changtian even more was that an origin deity realm actually entered the supreme area. One had to know, with Lu Changtian's ident, 1. Taiyan's status. He could only enter the Earth rank region today, too. Li Xing led Yi Yuan to a box room in the supreme area. The SPAC inside the private room was very large, the decors extremely extravagant. There was a simple and archaic wooden table in the center. One look, and Yi Yuan knew that it was made from 9 profound heaven spirit wood, and that it was a priceless treasure. On the table, various styles of pastries and spirit tea were neatly arranged. By the side, there were even 4 extremely pretty maids serving on one side. In front, there was a Civ light screen, projecting the scene from the auction below in its entirety. All in all, every little bit here evidently showed the inhabitant's status. "Master Yi Yuan, you be inconvenienced a bit and stay in this number 4 supreme box room for the time being," Li Xing said. Yi Yuan had a face like an old well devoid of ripples. It was as if unmoved by all these. He just said coolly, "I've troubled Alliance Chief Li. You go and busy with your own things." Li Xing said with a smile, "All right, then this Li will take his leave. If Master Yi Yuan has any needs, let these maids go and notify me." Finished talking, Li Xing took his leave and left. After going out, Du Mingliang came up to greet and whispered, "How is it, Alliance Chief?" Li Xing's expression was slightly dark as he said, "Indifferent whether granted favors or subjected to humiliation, style of talking uncommon, impressive in bearing. His background is definitely not small. Such a person isn't what we can build connections with. Just send him away properly, and that will do." Du Mingliang was also extremely surprised. He did not expect that the Alliance Chief's appraisal toward Yi Yuan was actually so high. These were naturally deliberately shown by Li Xing they all for Yi Yuan to see. Displaying martial strength outside the door was not a dispute caused by personal feelings, but that he wanted to let the 3 major forces know that his origins were extraordinary. How could an ordinary faction possibly groom an origin deity, realm martial artist, who could jump realm and defeat a divine lord realm? His goal was very simple. It was the boundless heavenly soul stone. If let people know that he merely came out of a low-level imperial city, with his means, it would definitely attract a lot of covetous eyes. Even though he was not afraid, he could forget about getting the boundless heavenly soul stone. Since that was the case, he might as well feign an unfathomable appearance. He would let everyone think that his background was extraordinary. This way, there was naturally no one who dared to touch him. However, Yi Yuan also deeply sensed Riverluck capital city's complexity. Behind the 3 major forces, there was definitely a celestial deity powerhouse manipulating everything. Furthermore, this celestial deity powerhouse was not even an ordinary celestial deity powerhouse. Otherwise, there was no way that even Melody's son, Imperial City's young patriarch, did not dare to be insolent here. Before long, in the light screen, an old man slowly walked up the stage and said in a clear voice, "Everyone, this old self is Jian Xintao. I was invited by Riverluck Capital City to take on the role of host of this auction. Everybody rest assured the things auctioning this time. This old self has already inspected them. They are all genuine goods. Furthermore, this old self believes that the auction articles in time definitely won't disappoint everyone. After the old man finished his self-introduction, someone immediately exclaimed below the stage, Jian Jintao. Could it be a member of the Jian family? Jian Jintao stroked his beard and said with a smile, That's right, this old self is precisely Heavenly Emperor Profound Secret's descendant, a disciple of the Jian family. Finished talking, the aura on Jian Jintao's body released. A mysterious aura reverberated amidst the hall. Profound Secret's divine essence. It's really a member of the Jian family. Once profound secrets appear, the genuine and the fake are immediately distinguished. Turns out that Elder Jian is a member of the Jian family. Pardon me. Ha, with Elder Jian here, we can rest assured. When everyone saw this mysterious divine essence, they immediately paid their respects to the old man. Chapter 1656 Tao Ancestors Helplessness. Chapter 1656 Tao Ancestors Helplessness. To actually invite the descendant of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. Looks like the things this time is really very good. Dustless suddenly said. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, Oh, is this Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets very powerful? Dustless said, More than powerful. He can observe the destiny of what's under the heavens, talk about the life and death of martial artists, differentiate the truth and falsehood of myriad things, and is one of the most mysterious and most terrifying existences among transcendent heavenly emperors. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' art of observing aura is unparalleled under the heavens. See that divine essence? That's called Profound Secrets' divine essence. Only Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets and his descendants can cultivate this kind of divine essence. It's similar to a bloodline inheritance. Yi Yuan said in surprise, There's still such a mysterious divine essence. Dustless nodded and said, If Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets says that someone can become a Heavenly Emperor, that person will definitely become a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. If he says someone will die halfway, that person is bound to meet with a premature end. As long as it's things that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets predicted, it has never been wrong before. Yi Yuan was incomparably shocked in his heart. He did not expect that there was actually still a powerhouse who discerned heaven's secrets so thoroughly. What Yi Yuan did not know was that just a little earlier, Tao Ancestor Life quietly arrived at Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' manor. Profound Secrets, 500 years ago, Heavenspan Mountain's abnormality, what do you think about it? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave Tao Ancestor Life a very meaningful glance and said with a smile, Life, it's not like you don't know my rules. Matters regarding the Heavenspan Mountain, I'm completely ignorant. If outsiders were to know that Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets actually talked to Tao Profound Life like this, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. Tao ancestors were high and above, showing disdain upon the world. Even transcendent heavenly emperors were ants in front of them too, but this Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets actually did not have the least bit of respect toward Tao Ancestor Life. Tao Ancestor Life frowned and said, This I naturally know. I just wanted to ask you if the time has come or not. When saying this, Tao Ancestor Life had a solemn look as if encountering an earth-shaking matter. Something that could make a Tao Ancestor powerhouse so visibly moved naturally would not be that simple. Profound Secrets heaved a sigh and said, You've experienced the last epoch. You naturally have an idea in mind. This kind of thing, is there still a need to ask me? Everyone says that Tao ancestors can live forever, but that's just because they don't live long enough. In this world, what can live forever is probably just the Heavenspan Mountain, right? Or maybe even the Heavenspan Mountain is an undying and indestructible too. This kind of thing, who knows? Tao Ancestor Life's expression changed. Profound Secrets' words poked his sore spot. The world all said that Tao ancestors were above worldly considerations, but they did not know that Tao ancestors had Tao ancestors' hearts. I plus PS2. In that case, it's really coming. Tao ancestor life said in a low voice. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets smiled and said, "Oh, old May, so many years have passed," said, "You still haven't gotten over it? Life and death are decreed by fate. It's not what you and I can control." Tao ancestor life's expression flickered incessantly, and he said with a sigh, "Saying is easy, but doing it is difficult." Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets gave him a glance and suddenly said, "On that day, I observed the celestial phenomena at night. In the south, purple chi surged to the sky. An abnormality is bound to happen, but this heaven's secret, I can't perceive it." Tao ancestor life's gaze turned intent. His figure suddenly disappeared. Vast universe. Before long, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Tao ancestor life. "Tao ancestor." Heavenly Emperor Vast Universe said respectfully. Heavenly Emperor Vast Universe was slightly fearful in his heart. It was rare for the Tao ancestor to summon him, one in a million years. What was this today? Tao ancestor life nodded and said, "You immediately send people to the south and search carefully for me. See in this recent 500 years what kind of heaven and earth phenomenon appeared. I don't want anything left out. Understand?" Heavenly Emperor Vast Universe hurriedly said, "Yes, this subordinate understands. This subordinate will go and send people right away." In front of everyone, it's the appetizer that the auction this time is starting with. Divine Tao Rank 5 Martial Technique. Heavenly Profound Divine Sword. This martial technique is very powerful. One can cultivate all the way to celestial deity realm. Each level cultivated, one can virtually sweep across all in the same rank. The base price is 10 billion. Each increment has to be no less than 500 million. Jian Jintao was clearly very experienced with this kind of auction because of his vast experience, stirring up the atmosphere at the scene with a few sentences. Divine Tao Rank 5 martial techniques were martial techniques created by at least celestial deity powerhouses. The power was naturally extraordinary, and this cultivation method was clearly even more extraordinary. Jian Jintao used sweeping across those in the same rank to describe it. It clearly let the auction liven up all at once even more authoritatively. Very soon, this Divine Tao Rank 5 martial technique was sold at a price of 5 billion. Yi Yuan was not interested in this. No matter how strong the martial technique, it was also not as good as what was suitable for him. Clearly, the Misty Sword Art was the most suitable for him. The Misty Sword Art that was based on the Chaos Heavenspan canon was something no martial technique could replace. Sweeping across those in the same rank was merely a joke in front of Yi Yuan. His current combat strength could already kill the majority of first-layered heaven divine lords. Same rank. To Yi Yuan, there was only jumping realms. Uncle Huang persuaded ardently before Jing Lu realized Riverluck capital city's remarkableness and also understood what their threat meant. Jing Lu was arranged in the heaven rank area, which was also a private room. It was just that the private room was far lacking compared to the supreme area. Young Patriarch, our goal this time is the boundless heavenly soul stone. If the divine essence stones aren't enough when the time comes, what should we do? Uncle Huang said. Jing Lu waved his hand and said full of confidence, "No worries, we brought 120 billion this time. It's enough to win the bid for the boundless heavenly soul stone. The boundless heavenly soul stone is useful to the divine lord realm, while its value to the celestial deity realm isn't that much. The price won't be too high. This is a complete divine Tao Rank 5 martial technique. Our Melody Sun Imperial City obtaining it is also akin to adding wings to a tiger who dares to say anything." Uncle Huang saw Jing Lu's aloof and indifferent appearance and could not help letting out a sigh, and no longer urged. He knew this young patriarch's temper. Say any more, and he would get angry. The price of 5 billion already exceeded the value of this martial technique. Uncle Huang felt that it was not worth it. It was just that these words, he did not dare to say it. Afterward, several more things were auctioned. The final transaction prices were basically all above 20 billion. The good things tonight were truly a lot, but these things were not indispensable to Yi Yuan. He could not muster up much interest. I believe that tonight quite a number of people are aiming for an auction item. This piece of boundless heavenly soul stone was discovered in an orlode. Not only is the chunk extremely big, but it's also very pure. This old man has already appraised it. It's most suitable to use to help ninth-layered heaven divine lords and half-step celestial deity powerhouses to comprehend heavenly Tao. This piece of boundless heavenly soul stone. The base price is 28 billion. Each increment is no less than 1 billion. Now start bidding. 35 billion. The moment Jintao's voice faded, someone immediately raised by 7 billion divine essence stones. Uncle Huang was slightly disappointed at the side. This young patriarch Jing Lu was still too young, no patience at all. Auctions, this sort of thing, what was play was psychological warfare. How was it competing on the volume of voice? 37 billion, 40 billion, 50 billion. Jing Lu directly added another 10 billion. Everyone became quiet. Chapter 1657 Backlash. Chapter 1657 Backlash. In a few bids, the price of the boundless heavenly soul stone directly doubled. This stance of being determined to get it really cowed quite a number of people. However, this was clearly not the final outcome. With such a sucker placed there, how was there a reason to not cheat him? Suddenly, a fifth-layered heaven divine lord powerhouse shouted, 51 billion. Jing Lu's face fell. He was still pleased with himself, for a while, when he saw that he stumped everyone earlier. He did not expect that in a blink of an eye, someone raised the price. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't believe it, 52 billion. That person said coolly, 53 billion. Jing Lu was enraged until his face was livid, and he continued, 60 billion. This time, that martial artist did not increase the price anymore. He smiled faintly, and said, I don't want any more, better give it to him. The moment Jing Lu heard, his face could not help revealing a smug look, and he said with a cold smile, fighting with this young master, can you afford to contend? Jing Lu's voice was not concealed. Everyone in the room heard it. Those present were mostly clear-headed people. Everyone's faces revealed a knowing smile. He slightly used a bit of trick, and he directly increased by 10 billion. Uncle Huang could not bear to look straight ahead, but he could not speak up to warn either, his expression crumbling. Jintao smiled slightly and said, 60 billion. Is there still higher than 60 billion? If there isn't, this piece of boundless heavenly soul stone will belong to the heaven number 5 room's guest. Everyone was silent. Everyone felt that the boundless heavenly soul stone already exceeded its original value, and that it was clearly not worth to make a move anymore. Right at this time, a faint voice sounded out, 100 billion. This made everyone feel surprised. Among the audience, someone immediately whispered, 100 billion. Someone actually offered 100 billion to buy a piece of boundless heavenly soul stone. Isn't this being a sucker? At this time, an extremely experienced person explained, haha, a little interesting. This isn't a sucker, but an expert. Amen, what do you mean? Clearly, this piece of boundless heavenly soul stone, guests in heaven number 5 room and supreme number 4 room are determined to get it and absolutely won't allow the slightest accident. But Supreme Number 4 Room's guest has never made a move. He was waiting to see how much his opponent had. Now, his opponent is clearly only left with the Heaven Number 5 Room's guest. And at this time, he raised the price to 100 billion all of a sudden. It has probably already reached Heaven Number 5 Room's limits. This way, he can save divine essence stones to the greatest degree. Because Heaven Number 5 Room exposed too much. That person said in shock, "There's actually still this kind of strategy?" That's of course. At times, auctions will encounter this kind of situation. Some people are aiming at an item. No matter what, he has to win the bid. At this time, the tactic becomes very important. You look, Heaven Number 5 Room still wants to increase the price, but he already can't increase it anymore. When Jing Lu heard this offer, his expression immediately became incomparably ugly. He brought a total of 120 billion out. Right now, he was only left with 103.5 billion. Yi Yuan's price quote directly pushed his limit. He was unable to increase the price anymore. Gritting his teeth, Jing Lu yelled, 103.5 billion. Then in the next second, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said indifferently again, 105 billion. Bang! Jing Lu smashed the tea table in front of him with a palm and said angrily, this person is a lunatic, right? To actually spend over 100 billion to buy a piece of boundless heavenly soul stone. Uncle Huang let out a sigh and said, "Young patriarch, forget it. That person is the same as us. Hell bent on obtaining the boundless heavenly soul stone." Jian Jintao also did not expect that this piece of boundless heavenly soul stone could be sold at such a high price. This piece of boundless heavenly soul stone belongs to the guest in the Supreme Number 4 Room. Jian Jintao announced. He was very curious just who was in this Supreme Number 4 Room to actually play with auctioning tricks to such a high degree of perfection. Actually, when Jing Lu called out 60 billion, he estimated that Jing Lu's limit was roughly 100 billion, but he had immersed in this for many years, his experience being exceedingly rich. That was how he had this estimation. That Supreme Number 4 Room's guest actually had such judgment too. Presumably, he must be an expert. Jian Jintao thought in his heart, this Supreme Number 4 Room is rather interesting. In a while, I must broaden my experience. The following auctions had nothing to do with Yi Yuan anymore. Even though the cost of buying the boundless heavenly soul stone far exceeded his expectations, he did not feel that there was anything. As long as it could preserve Mu Lingshua's life, forget about 100 billion. So what even if 1 trillion? There were quite a number of forces present that came from celestial deity factions. The last few auction items could only be used by celestial deity realm powerhouses. The compet, 1. Tian was also abnormally fierce. These things were too far away for Yi Yuan. Moreover, Yi Yuan did not lack them either. As long as he broke through to the Divine Lord realm and opened up the Purple Extreme Hall's 2nd level, the good things inside were definitely too many to count. After the auction ended, Yi Yuan went backstage to pay with divine essence stones. He did not expect that Jian Jintao was actually already waiting there. Jian Jintao saw Yi Yuan, his gaze involuntarily turning intent. He did not think that such a veteran bidding technique actually came from such a young person's hands. "Elder Jian," Yi Yuan said with Jian Jintao, with clasped hands. Toward this heavenly emperor profound secrets, Yi Yuan was still very interested. He very much wanted to understand what kind of heavenly Tao laws could let them cultivate such mysterious divine essence. Jian Jintao smiled and said, "Indeed, heroes come from youngsters. I really didn't expect that Supreme Number 4 Room's guest was actually such a young man." At this time, Li Xing suddenly appeared and said, "Ho hu, Elder Jian isn't aware. Master Yi isn't an ordinary young man. Jian Jintao was slightly surprised and looked towards Li Xing and said, "Oh, how is he not ordinary?" Li Xing smiled and briefly recounted Yi Yuan's situation. In his heart, Jian Jintao was wildly in shock. He said somewhat disbelievingly, "Alchemy, Ji. Oh, Di Li, you can't simply say this kind of words. This old man has lived to this ripe old age and could be said to be very knowledgeable and experienced. I've also not seen before void, spirit divine, pills more than a few times." Li Xing smiled and said, "This matter, Riverluck capital city's people are all aware. Moreover, how could this Li dare to talk rubbish in front of Elder Jian? Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' lineage proliferated, their family extremely Civ, and they were scattered all over the Heavenspan world. Jian Jintao was merely a very distant offspring of Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets. But even so, no one dared to underestimate Jian Jintao too, because no one dared to underestimate the Jian family. Jian Jintao was incomparably shocked in his heart and unconsciously revolved divine essence, applying it on his two eyes, and looked over toward Yi Yuan. "Ark!" Jian Jintao suddenly screamed, miserably, covering his eyes with both eyes. Li Xing could not help turning pale with fright when he saw the situation, and hurriedly said, "Elder Jian, what's wrong with you?" Jian Jintao put down both hands tremblingly. The surrounding people all got a big shock. It was only to see his two eyes tightly shut with 2 rows of white tears flowing down the corners of his eyes, looking incomparably grim. Yi Yuan also did not expect that this kind of situation would appear, and said worriedly, "Elder Jian, are you all right?" Jian Jintao slowly shook his head and said, "This old self is inept and incurred little friend Yi Yuan's ridicule." Chapter 1658, Spirit Circle Projection. Chapter 1658, Spirit Circle Projection T. Titanic waves surged in Jian Jintao's heart. His profound spirit chaos formula was already cultivated to peak 4th level. His art of viewing aura was also grand completion rank 4. However, he actually suffered such a terrifying backlash with one glance. The grandeur of this boy's destiny was simply appalling. "Elder Jian, you used the art of observing aura on Yi Yuan just now?" Li Xing seemed to have understood something and could not resist asking. Jian Jintao knew that he could not hide it, so he said with a bitter smile, "Hearing what you said just now, this old self was somewhat curious. So I utilized the art of observing aura. I didn't expect that this old man was inept and actually suffered a back loss. Plus, Li Xing said in shock, "Elder Jian must be joking. Within the boundaries of these 3 imperial cities, who doesn't know that Elder Jian's art of observing aura is extremely accurate? How can you be inept?" At this time, another 2 figures walked over. They were City Lord Chai Rong and the Blood Rainbow Manor's Manor Lord W.A.N.G. Chao. When they saw that Jian Jintao's 2 eyes were flowing with white tears, they turned pale with fright and said, "Elder Jian, what's wrong with you?" Li Xing briefly explained the situation. The 2 people's gazes when looking at Yi Yuan was full of astonishment. Looks like their judgment previously was indeed not wrong. "Elder Jian, I wonder what color Master Yi Yuan's destiny is?" Chai Rong asked. Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets' art of observing aura was not a secret. A person's destiny could be divided into 7 levels. When observing aura, it would show different colors. Red aura was the weakest, while purple aura was the most prosperous. Normally, those able to reach purple aura, as long as they did not fall, breaking through to the true D realm in the future was virtually a sure bet. that powerhouse who left behind the suppression ancient heaven gate, had once been viewed by the Jian family's art of observing auras, and the person had the most prosperous purple aura. Jian Jintao smiled bitterly and said, "This old man didn't see anything at all. But this old man reckons that little friend Yi Yuan's destiny is likely the imperial aura. He only took one look and blinded himself." Imperial aura. The three great powerhouses shuddered all over. Imperial aura. They had also heard before. It was just that in Riverluck capital city, this kind of remote place, it was impossible for imperial aura to appear at all, because people who have imperial aura appear could be said to have a heaven-defying destiny, and they were all able to step into the Empyrean realm in the end, being a heavenly Empyrean that was already a powerhouse that stood at the very summit of this world, an existence that they needed to look up to, and also an existence that could not be reached for life. Could it be that this young man in front of them could achieve the Empyrean realm in the future? Dustless already told Yi Yuan these, so Yi Yuan also understood the meaning of imperial aura. But he was not interested in this. What he was interested in was Jian Jintao's cultivation method. Yi Yuan suddenly cupped his fists and said, "Elder Jian, Yi Yuan has a presumptuous request." At this time, these few people's perceptions of Yi Yuan were somewhat different again. A future Empyrean powerhouse. Was he not worth them fawning on him? Jian Jintao slowly nodded and said, "You say?" Yi Yuan said, "Elder Jian, can you display your divine essence again? Junior wants to experience it personally." Jian Jintao was rather surprised, but did not refuse it either. Hence, he revolved the profound spirit chaos formula and released his divine essence. Carefully sensing the divine essence that Jian Jintao released, Yi Yuan trembled all over. This divine essence was indeed incomparably mysterious. More importantly, Yi Yuan actually sensed a hint of chaos divine essence concept from Jian Jintao's divine essence. This made him incredibly shocked. Every martial artist's divine essence would have subtle differences because of the differences in the cultivation method they cultivate. Some divine essences were suited to cultivate Sword Dao martial techniques. Some divine essences were suitable to cultivate fire martial techniques. But those able to cultivate out a trace of chaos divine essence was one of a kind. The world is so vast. Looks like I've underestimated the heroes of the world. This Jian Jintao is merely ninth-layered heaven divine lord, and he's already so powerful. I wonder how powerful that heavenly emperor profound secrets is. Yi Yuan said with vicissitudes of emotion in his heart. Dustless said, "Heavenly emperor profound secrets has lived for G. Oh, D knows how many tens of thousands of years. He's the transcendent heavenly emperor with the longest lifespan. There's even a legend that he had once fought for the position of Dao ancestor before, but failed in the end. This kind of existence naturally can't be placed in the same category as ordinary people. Those kinds of existences are all powerhouses who approach great Dao. Cultivating chaos divine essence isn't anything strange." Yi Yuan said, "Looks like my path isn't wrong. Even Heavenly Emperor Profound Secrets, that kind of powerhouse, is also pursuing chaos divine essence. It's just that their chaos divine essence is far from as pure as mine." Witnessing Jian Jintao's divine essence, Yi Yuan became even more certain of his path. What he wanted to do right now was to find the direction of the next step. Many thanks, Elder Jian. The profound spirit chaos formula is indeed profound and inscrutable. Yi Yuan admires. Yi Yuan said sincerely, "Hoo-hoo, that's the grace that's bestowed by ancestor. We only learned a bit of smattering, not worth mentioning. If little friend Yi Yuan is free, there's no harm taking a trip to Extreme Light Imperial City." Jian Jintao said. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right, I'll definitely pay a visit next time." In a corner of the street, Jing Lu gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Uncle Huang, that kid keeps refusing to come out. He definitely bought something. Supreme Region, those who would buy the boundless heavenly soul stone is only him." After the auction ended, Jing Lu was unwilling to accept it. He suspected that the one competing with him was Yi Yuan, so he stood guard outside. Uncle Huang also nodded when he heard it and said, "Very likely. I inquired before. He collected myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones previously. Bidding with young patriarch for the boundless heavenly soul stone is within reason." Jing Lu's gaze was dark as he said in a cold voice, "No way, I can't stomach this. Uncle Huang, I'm going to kill him. Firstly, it avenges the enmity previously. Secondly, it's also to S-N-A-T-C-H, the boundless heavenly soul stone for Father. Missing this time, Father will have to wait for no idea how many years before having a chance to break through to celestial deity realm." Uncle Huang frowned and said, "Young patriarch, while that's right, the three major forces are clearly partial toward him. It's not easy for us to act. I also didn't say to kill him in the city. When the suppression ancient Heaven Gate's inheritance is over, he'll definitely leave Riverluck capital city. At that time, Jing Lu had a vicious expression as he did a beheading action. Uncle Huang thought about it and said with a nod, "Young patriarch's words are reasonable. It's just that. I'm afraid that this kid's background isn't small. If we want to kill him, we'd better be fully prepared." Jing Lu nodded and said, "Amen, you ask Father for help right now. Have him send more experts over." Ha ha, an origin deity realm kid. To dare challenge this young master will let you know what's called despair. "Yes, young patriarch," Uncle Huang said. On this day, the north of the city suddenly erupted with rays of brilliant light. Several hundred rays of light suddenly projected down from the sky, S-H-I plus Ning on the earth, as if spotlights. Spirit circle projection. It's the spirit circle projection. The suppression ancient heaven gate is now open. This phenomenon made the martial artists in the city seethe all at once. For a moment, those martial artists ran wild all at once, speeding out of the city frenziedly, lest they get left behind. In the wilderness to the north of the city, a stone gate stood erect and tall. In front of the stone gate, circles of light appeared on the ground. The martial artists fought with each other, attempting to enter the light circles. Chapter 1659 Fight of Spirit Circles. Chapter 1659 Fight of Spirit Circles. As long as one can last 100 breaths in the light circle, they can obtain the recognition of the suppression ancient heaven gate and enter inside, obtaining the inheritance. All get lost for me. Those who bar me, die. This light circle is mine. Bang. For some time, countless fervent gazes looked towards the suppression ancient heaven gate. They all hoped to enter inside and obtain the inheritance. However, there were only merely several hundred seats. The compet time was unusually fierce. In midair, countless divine essences, countless without restraint, looking incomparably gorgeous. Horrifying powers of law undulated in the sky. Martial artists fell from time to time. The scene was extremely tragic. However, the truly powerful existences had not made a move yet. The ones who rushed over now were all small fries. "Your Excellency, these guys are crazy. It's really terrifying," Ning Tianping said emotionally. Yi Yuan smiled when he heard that and said, "This kind of lucky chance is sufficient to change one's life to bottom-level martial artists. They naturally have to do whatever it takes." Ning Tianping said, "Fortunately, this suppression ancient heaven gate has a bone age limit. Otherwise, it would really have nothing to do with us anymore. This suppression ancient heaven gate seemed to be searching for a successor. Hence, the skeletal age was restricted to under 5,000 years old. Those over 5,000 years old, even if they occupied the light circle, they would be rejected too. With Ning Qianping's strength, he was already an outstanding talent among those below 5,000 years old. Hence, him occupying a light circle was virtually a sure thing. Otherwise, once those middle-stage Divine Lord Realm powerhouse took the field, what has it got to do with the others anymore? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "It's almost time. Let's go." Ning Tianping smiled slightly, his figure plussing out. Yi Yuan followed closely behind and was actually not much slower than Ning Tianping. "You all look, there's actually an origin deity who wants to occupy a light ring. Is he courting death?" "Ha ha, truly, there are all kinds of birds once a forest is big." "Amen. Hang on. Why can an origin deity realm fly?" "It's really so. I got it. He must have comprehended spatial laws." My G. "Oh, D. Truly monstrous." "So what? Whoever prevents your father from obtaining the inheritance, your father will take his life." Yi Yuan was seriously too conspicuous among a group of Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, immediately drawing people's attention. Under Ning Tianping's protection, Yi Yuan directly occupied a light circle. Then, Ning Tianping also occupied a light circle in the vicinity. Ning Tianping's strength was too powerful. Few were his match. "Brat, get lost for your father." Not long after Yi Yuan landed and occupied a light circle, a first-layered heaven divine lord rushed over towards Yi Yuan domineeringly. Occupying a seat was not the end. One must be able to hold for 100 breaths before they could obtain the suppression ancient heaven gates recognition. Yi Yuan laughed coldly, the Junyi sword suddenly attacking. Rumble! That martial artist was directly blasted flying by Yi Yuan with one sword. Originally, everyone felt that Yi Yuan was a soft persimmon, so they were all raring to have a go. This sword of Yi Yuan stunned everyone at once, making them not dare to make a move without careful consideration. "This spirit circle, this Yi wants it. Those who are not convinced, come and fight me." Yi Yuan stood upright with his long sword, unparalleled and domineering. Even though he was just origin deity realm, his aura surged to the sky and actually gave those martial artists tremendous pressure. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. How can this kid be so strong? An origin deity realm could actually overpower a first-layered heaven divine lord with one sword. I heard that there was an origin deity realm who defeated Melody Sun Imperial City's young patriarch Jing Lu a few days back. This must be him. The moment everyone heard, their expressions could not help changing greatly, revealing looks of apprehension towards Yi Yuan. For some time, there were already quite a few people who wanted to beat a retreat and compete for other spirit circles. "Everybody, attack! He's only one person. I'll see how many people he can block." Suddenly, someone in the crowd fanned the flames. Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold and looked at that person. That person was none other than precisely Jing Lu. Those martial artists being incited by Jing Lu were indeed moved. An origin deity realm kid also wants to occupy a spirit circle. Dream on. Everybody attack together. Sure enough, over a dozen first-layered heaven divine lord powerhouses actually charged over towards Yi Yuan in unison, occupying a spirit circle. One could not move anymore. Otherwise, precious time of occupying a spirit circle would not be counted anymore. Therefore, every person who occupied one must have the strength that Serpa said people, because they were all living targets. Clearly, Yi Yuan seemed much weaker among them. Seeing this scene, Jing Lu was very pleased with himself in his heart. Ha! So what if you can jump realms in battle? I don't believe that you can fight over a dozen divine lord powerhouses alone, offended this young master. And you still want to obtain the inheritance? Dream on. Done talking, Jing Lu raised his long sword and also rushed over toward Yi Yuan. In an instant, Yi Yuan was surrounded by enemies in all directions. He laughed coldly and said with disdain, "Want to bully the weak with numbers? Then you all have to be prepared for death." Regarding Yi Yuan's threat, they naturally did not take it to heart. After all, Yi Yuan was just an origin deity realm. Over 10 of them, they did not believe that they could not force Yi Yuan out. Buzz! Those dozen over people were currently arriving swiftly when suddenly, with a series of whooshes, all of them fell down from the air. Misty sword art! Yi Yuan's sword energy came out. Those few powerhouses who rushed in front were all swept by it, their bodies being riddled with wounds by the sword energy. Origin magnetic laws. My G. O. D. How can this kid's means be so many? Spatial laws, origin magnetic laws. How can this kid comprehend so many obscure laws? Too strong. First layered heaven divine lords are not his match at all. Yi Yuan's methods had astounded everyone. Under the gaze of thousands of divine lord realm powerhouse, he alone swept away over a dozen people. First layered heaven divine lord realm powerhouses did not have the strength to retaliate at all in front of him. This kind of strength was already considered a top powerhouse among first-layered heaven divine lords. Such a person naturally had the qualifications to obtain a spot. Who else is still unconvinced? You can all come. This you will receive you all. Yi Yuan stood with his sword brandished, his gaze like a torch, aura imposing. Those powerhouses finally retreated. Q quickly run. This guy is too strong. The martial artists who survived stumbled and crawled away. Jing Lu was suddenly salted by the origin magnetic field just now and did a dog-eat plus T tumble. Fortunately, he charged a little later and was not hit by the sword. Otherwise, he would be a corpse right now. Looking at Yi Yuan's invincible figure, Jing Lu was full of fear and resentment. How could there be such a freakish person in this world? How could someone's talent be even greater than his? Right at this time, Yi Yuan's gaze said through the crowd and cast at him. Jing Lu's entire body turned stiff as if being hit by a paralyzing hex, not daring to move in the slightest. The killing intent in Yi Yuan's eyes was not disguised in the least bit. Clearly, he was genuinely enraged. Finally, all of the powerhouses retreated. Yi Yuan's place became a forbidden place. Even those second-layered heaven divine lord powerhouses were not willing to come and provoke Yi Yuan too. Not that they were afraid of Yi Yuan, but that there were soft persimmons to need. Why should they pick a hard persimmon? All around BLOOD, why battles happened repeatedly. Quite a number of young geniuses perished, their Tao disappearing. But Yi Yuan stood proudly. No one dared to come up and provoke anymore. Chapter 16, 60 Starry Sky Treasure Selection. Chapter 16, 60 Starry Sky Treasure Selection. Finally, the fights became fewer and more RSE. The spirit circles each fell under someone's owners. plus P. But those who obtained spirit circles, most of them were third-layered heaven divine lords and second-layered heaven divine lords. The number of first-layered heaven divine lords were very few. After Jing Lu was frightened away by Yi Yuan, he also found a succor and forcefully occupied a spirit circle. 100 breaths of time said. One spirit circle after another emitted traces of dense mist. Suddenly, Yi Yuan felt that a wisp of his divine sense involuntarily broke free of his body, flying toward the suppression ancient heaven gate. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rays of light broke free, flying into the suppression ancient heaven gate. Those martial artists who failed to S. And ATCH, the spirit circles, could only see these people enter to search for treasures off with their eyes, with envious looks. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he entered a vast starry sky. Is this the legendary suppression ancient starry sky? Indeed, magical. Each star represents a treasure. The brighter the star, it means the more powerful the treasure. Still waiting for what? Come on. Treasure in front. The martial artists all lost composure, taking action one after another, flying over toward those stars. Those slightly darker stars, they did not take fancy on them. They were all aiming for those brightest few stars. It was just that they flew halfway, and their figures were unable to advance an inch anymore. Really overestimating their own abilities. How can truly powerful inheritances be what the average person can obtain? Dustless said disdainfully. The soul-suppressing pearl was integrated inside Yi Yuan's divine sense and was also brought inside. Yi Yuan said, "Wonder to which step I can walk to." Dustless stroked his beard and said, "Hoo-hoo, with this old man around, you'll naturally get the best." Yi Yuan could not help smiling when he heard it. It was said that this inheritance was left behind by a true G. D powerhouse, but the soul-suppressing pearl was a peak Empyrean spirit treasure. Dustless did not take it seriously at all. The means of true G. D powerhouses are indeed inconceivable to actually be able to create such a region of consciousness S.P.A.C. It's just that no idea what the strongest inheritance here is. Yi Yuan said, "The strongest inheritance is naturally not here, but in the depths of the starry sky." Dustless said. Yi Yuan smiled at Ning Tianping and said, "Tianping, let us go and join in the fun too." All right. I also want to see where my potential lies. Ning Tianping said with a smile. Finished talking, the two people leaped and headed over toward the vast starry sky. D-A-M. And it, just a little bit more move for me. A second-layered heaven divine Lord martial artist struggled until his face reddened to the ears, but his body was unable to advance an inch. But he was only several hundred feet away from a very dazzling star. Right at this time, two figures lightly walked by him, incomparably relaxedly, forming a fierce contrast with him. Ning Tianping saw that that star was very bright and could not resist reaching out to fish it over. That martial artist glared and roared furiously, "That's mine. You're not allowed to S." And A-T-C-H. Ning Tianping said with an amused look, "Is your name written on it?" That person could not help choking when he heard it, but he was fiercely unwilling to submit in his heart. Comparing people, it was really odious. This region of starry sky, the deeper in, the higher one's talent naturally was. He already used all of his strength to arrive here, but it now seemed like a joke. Ning Tianping carefully sensed it a bit, but his brows furrowed slightly, and he said, "Your Excellency, this is a divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. It seems to be pretty good." That martial artist's entire body trembled, the unwillingness in his eyes even stronger. Who knew that Yi Yuan said coolly, "Just a divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. Can only bring one thing out from here. Throw it away." Ning Tianping casually threw it very obediently. That star returned to its original spot. That martial artist was utterly stunned by these two people's conversation. This was also too casual, right? That originally thick unwillingness turned into astoundment at this time. Divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. They did not even take fancy on it. One had to know divine Tao rank 5 cultivation methods were easily the price of 1 or 2 billion. That martial artist had tears coursing down his face. thinking to himself, "You guys shouldn't toy with people like this. Might as well directly take it away." This was also too hurtful, right? Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping did not stop at all, directly leaving, while that martial artist was still desperately crawling forward, hoping to be able to reach that divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. It was just that no matter how hard he strove, he was always lacking that little bit. Several hundred martial artists. Everyone had their own goals, but those able to reach rank 5 cultivation methods were originally already scanty few. As for even deeper, they were unable to arrive there at all. Ha ha! Peak rank 5 cultivation method. Crimson Light 9 Brilliance Divine Art. With this cultivation method, I can cultivate all the way to the peak of the celestial deity realm. In the starry sky, a voice suddenly sounded out loud, seemingly very excited. Not far away, some martial artists cast envious gazes. Indeed worthy of being a genius known to definitely step into celestial deity realm to actually be able to obtain a peak rank 5 cultivation method. Sigh, the disparity between anyone is too great. Barring no accidents, the cultivation method that Jing Lu obtained will probably be the best this time, right? Hearing the sighs of admiration coming from everyone, Jing Lu was extremely pleased with himself, because in this starry sky, he walked right at the forefront. Clearly, his talent was the greatest. Melody Sun Imperial City's apex cultivation method could only cultivate to the 3rd layered heaven, celestial deity realm. Therefore, without a special fortuitous encounter, Jing Lu's final realm would stop here too. But now it was different. This set of Crimson Light 9 Brilliance Divine art was sufficient to support him to cultivate to the peak 9th layered heaven, celestial deity. Only a step away from the true G-O-D realm, Jing Lu believed that with his talent, he could absolutely cultivate to the 9th layered heaven, celestial deity realm. Right at this time, 2 figures came over, seemingly very relaxed. Amidst everyone's amazed stare, Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping strolled over leisurely and arrived beside Jing Lu very quickly. Ning Tianping gave Jing Lu a glance and said disdainfully, "A mere divine Tao rank 5 cultivation method. Look how excited it made you. Useless." Toward Jing Lu, Ning Tianping did not want to have any favorable impression. Seeing him show off, he could not resist giving him a blow. When Jing Lu saw these 2 people, the joy from a moment ago immediately disappeared in a flash. Looking at the 2 people's appearance, it seemed like they still had the strength to spare, while he was already powerless to move forward. Humph! What are you showing off for? The further in front, the greater the resistance. I don't believe that you guys can still advance much," Jing Lu said with a cold smile. "Oh, is that so? Then let's wait and see," Ning Tianping said with a sneer. Yi Yuan shot Jing Lu a glance lightly and said, "Come on, just a frog at the bottom of a well, no need to care about him." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Ning Tianping and continued forward, leaving behind the black-faced Jing Lu. Sure enough, the resistance in front became greater and greater. Before long, Ning Tianping was unable to advance anymore. The tremendous resistance made it hard for him to take a single step. "Your Excellency, I can't move anymore," Ning Tianping said. However, he did not have the intention of being unreconciled to it. Ning Tianping knew that for him to be able to walk until here was entirely His Excellency's credit. With his original talent, he was probably not even as good as Jing Lu. Yi Yuan glanced around and said with a nod, "All right, you stay here, I'll go further and take a look." Chapter 1661, He can do, 1661, He can do, the end of the starry sky, was a stretch of darkness. An unfathomable aura emanated from the darkness. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, directly taking a step out. entering inside the darkness. A powerful repulsive force hit him head-on, as if going to push his entire person out of the darkness. Walking all the way until now, Dustless did not give him help. He relied on his own strength to arrive here, but his strength was clearly inadequate in front of a true G-O-D. A powerful soul force surged out. Yi Yuan felt the pressure on his body suddenly reduce. Since things that entered this place were only wisps of martial artists' consciousness, this repulsive force naturally acted on the martial artist's consciousness. But the soul-suppressing pearl was too domineering in this regard. Even a true G-O-D had to kneel in front of it. Just like that, Yi Yuan slowly moved forward, entering the boundless darkness. It's only because you didn't break through to the Divine Lord realm. Otherwise, there's no need for this old man's help at all, and you'd be able to enter this S-P-A-C, Dustless said with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled and said that true G-O-D powerhouse should be looking for a Divine Lord realm successor. That's why he'd do so, right? Most likely. He also didn't think that there's actually an origin deity realm who could walk until here. Dustless nodded and said, that's natural. Divine Lord realms create a world that's a true deity realm powerhouse. Before Divine Lord realm, accurately speaking, one is just a quasi-deity. Hence, he didn't consider origin deity realm martial artists at all. Yi Yuan said helplessly, pity that I've been unable to open up a world and let him down. Dustless smiled and said, a true G-O-D powerhouse's inheritance is merely a minor assistance to you. Only true G-O-D mystic treasures, these things still have some help to you. While chatting away, a starry sky vortex suddenly appeared ahead, being incomparably bright. This is the true inheritance, right? Yi Yuan took a step out and arrived in front of the starry sky vortex in an instant. However, right at this time, a horrifying aura came from within, making Yi Yuan's expression changed drastically. This horrifying aura was extremely powerful, even making Yi Yuan's consciousness almost collapse. A Ma-S figure appeared above that CLUS tur of starry sky, looking down at Yi Yuan with a gloomy cold gaze. This gaze seemed to be somewhat angry and a little disappointed. That enormous figure said, I didn't expect that the first one to walk until here is actually just an origin deity realm kid. It really disappoints this seat too much. A gentle force instantly wrapped Yi Yuan up, making Yi Yuan recover to his initialmost state. He looked at that Ma-S figure and said coolly, this suppression ancient heaven gate inheritance was left behind by Senior, right? Yi Yuan's consciousness only trembled for a bit and recovered back to its original state. This made the other party rather surprised. After being slightly surprised, he shook his head and said, you have some skills, but your talent is too poor. Skeletal age already 500 over years old and actually still haven't broken through to the Divine Lord realm. You aren't fit to obtain my inheritance. This powerhouse clearly had an extremely high requirement toward the successor's talent. Hence, the moment he laid eyes on Yi Yuan, he denied Yi Yuan's qualifications to become his successor. One had to know the 500 years old Jinglu was already almost second-layered Heaven Divine Lord, and he could not even meet his requirements. Even though Yi Yuan walked until here, his realm was too low. He turned his nose up at him too. Yi Yuan was not angry and said with a faint smile, this ye already walked until here. Whether I get the inheritance or not isn't Senior's call. Insolence. The powerhouse was greatly enraged when he heard it. Pointing a finger out, the starry sky changed colors. A majestic and powerful will instantly crushed over toward Yi Yuan. What entered this place was merely a wisp of Yi Yuan's divine sense. The target of that powerhouse's attack was naturally this wisp of divine sense too. However, it was as if Yi Yuan was completely oblivious to it and did not have the intention of resisting at all. Even though this powerhouse only left behind a trace of remnant thought, he was also a true G. Oh, D-realm powerhouse, no matter what, eradicating an origin deity realm divine sense was too easy. However, when this burst of powerful will arrived in front of Yi Yuan, a terrifying energy vortex suddenly appeared. That powerful will was directly swallowed up by this surge of energy vortex. When the powerhouse saw the situation, his expression changed drastically. Pupils constricting, he said in shock, This is an Empyrean spirit treasure. A true G. Oh, D. Powerhouse's knowledge was naturally not what the average martial artist could compare to. This horrifying energy undulation, only an Empyrean spirit treasure could emit it. There was actually an Empyrean spirit treasure on this origin deity realm kid's body. Moreover, it was even an extremely rare soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure. Yi Yuan said coolly, I wonder if I have the qualifications to be the successor? The powerhouse's expression flickered incessantly. He never dreamed that he would actually be threatened by an origin deity realm kid. No, not threatened. A soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure was simply his nemesis. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, blotting out his existence was simply as easy as turning his hand over. Forget that he was just a wisp of remnant thought. Currently, even in his heyday, he was also not an Empyrean spirit treasure's match. The powerhouse suddenly looked up at the sky and said with a sigh, Truly, a tiger landing in a plane. Looks like my Mo Li Fei's big enmity. It has no luck to be avenged. Kid, do it. Exterminating this seat, you can naturally take away the inheritance. Yi Yuan was slightly surprised. This Mo Li Fei seemed to have a deep hatred. That was why he would set up the suppression ancient heaven gate here and attempt to find a successor to help him get revenge. Senior, you misunderstood. Actually, I'm not very interested in your inheritance. I just came in to take a look. If you really need a successor, I have a suitable candidate, Yi Yuan suddenly said. Mo Li Fei was taken aback when he heard that, and soon after laughed in spite of himself and said, Yeah, you are in possession of a soul-type Empyrean spirit treasure. So why would you take fancy on this seat's inheritance? But who is the suitable candidate that you speak of? Yi Yuan smiled. Right in this stretch of starry sky, Senior should be able to sense it, right? He's the closest to this place right now. Who Yi Yuan said was naturally Ning Tianping. Mo Li Fei's brows furrowed slightly. His remnant thought flitted out, immediately seeing the Ning Tianping, who was currently struggling bitterly. Him, although his talent is pretty good, he's still a little off from this seat's requirements. Mo Li Fei shook his head and said, Yi Yuan smiled and said, Senior doesn't seem to have a choice now, but I can assure Senior that he's absolutely the most suitable candidate. If Senior has any grievance unrequited, you can entrust it to him. He can definitely help Senior to fulfill your dying wish. Facing an existence like Yi Yuan, Mo Li Fei completely had no temper at all. Indeed, under this kind of circumstance, Yi Yuan finding a pretty good successor for him was considered giving him a lot of face already. Otherwise, if Yi Yuan wanted to directly eliminate him, he would not be able to resist at all. But Mo Li Fei still shook his head and said, You don't know how powerful my enemy is. He might very likely already be an Empyrean powerhouse by now. Even by obtaining all of my legacies, the hope of revenge is also very bleak. He won't be able to shoulder it. Yi Yuan smiled and said, He can do it, because he has me as a friend. Mo Li Fei's gaze turned intent, looking at Yi Yuan, being rather surprised. This kid gave him a strange feeling in all aspects. Moreover, for an origin deity realm to be able to own an Empyrean spirit treasure, this in itself was a matter beyond comprehension. Chapter 1662, 3 Lives Nirvana Seal. 1662, 3 Lives Nirvana Seal. Seemingly making an extremely great resolution, Mo Lifei reached his hand out toward the void and beckoned. Ning Tianping was currently desperately trying to reach a star, but all of a sudden, he seemed to be sucked away by a black hole, immediately disappearing. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Mo Lifei and Yi Yuan. "Why, Your Excellency, what's going on here?" Ning Tianping said with a baffled look. This existence in front of him gave him an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. That kind of power made even his soul shudder. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This senior feels that you're pretty talented and wants to take you in as a disciple. Hence, he summoned you here." Ning Tianping was dazed and said in surprise, "Take me in as a disciple? Your Excellency, shouldn't it be taking you in as a disciple? He has another teacher and is already not suitable to be my disciple anymore. This seat wants to take you in as a disciple right now. Are you willing?" Mo Lifei suddenly said, "Oh, of course I'm willing." Ning Tianping blurted out, "Got to be joking. A true G. Oh, deep powerhouse wanting to take him in as a disciple. This was a great lucky chance. So, how could he possibly refuse?" Mo Lifei said in a solemn voice, "Obtaining my legacy, you have to take revenge for this seat. Are you willing?" Ning Tianping's gaze turned intent and involuntarily looked over towards Yi Yuan. Only after getting Yi Yuan's affirmation did he nod and say, "Disciple is willing." Mo Lifei reached his hand out and beckoned. That CLUS tour of starry star vortex turned into several light dots and flew over. "These few things are Master's legacy items," Mo Lifei said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan looked over, only to see those few dots of starlight turn into several treasures. A cultivation method, 2 martial techniques, as well as several medicinal pills. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, looking at one of the martial techniques, revealing a look of interest. Mo Lifei said, "This starry night vast cloud art is a peak rank 6 cultivation method. It is sufficient for you to cultivate to become a peak true G. Oh, D. These 2 sets of martial techniques. One of them is called Star Moon Life U0026 Death Sword, and the other is called 3 Lives Nirvana Seal. Especially this 3 Lives Nirvana Seal. It's exceedingly profound and hard to learn. Master only comprehended until the 2nd level seal art back then. This set of seal art is divided into a total of 3 seals. They are respectively Nirvana Seal, Life U0026 Death Seal, and 6 Paths of Reincarnation Seal. Cultivating to the limit, one can sweep across those in the same rank. Jumping realms to battle will be a cinch." Hearing Mo Lifei's introduction, Ning Tianping was excited until his heart was virtually about to jump out. Although he had not cultivated it, yet the power of these few things, he could completely sense it, especially this 3 Lives Nirvana Seal. It seemed to even transcend the scope of true G. Oh, D. It could be said to have boundless power. With these few cultivation methods and martial techniques, the tiny little heavenly eagle imperial city was no longer able to constrain him. He was going to spread his wings, soar high, and venture into this outside world. "Senior, this set of 3 Lives Nirvana Seal, can you borrow this junior to take a look?" Yi Yuan suddenly said. He felt that this martial technique was very extraordinary and was very interested in it. A conflicted look appeared on Mo Lifei's face, but he still nodded and said, "Take it and see then." Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "Many thanks, senior." In front of Ning Tianping, Yi Yuan behaved very humble toward Mo Lifei. After all, from today onward, Mo Lifei was Ning Tianping's master. He did not want to let Ning Tianping have any misunderstanding. However, Mo Lifei was clearly very wary of Yi Yuan. Regarding Yi Yuan's request, he naturally had no reason to not satisfy it. Mo Lifei reached his hand out and pushed. The 3 lives Nirvana seal arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan revealed a curious look, divine sense prying into it, and started inspecting. Mo Lifei did not pay attention to Yi Yuan and continued saying to Ning Tianping, "Your talent is pretty good, but the cultivation method that you cultivate is a little too low grade. Master will help you refine the cultivation method right now and let you change it to the Starry Night Vast Cloud Art." Ning Tianping said excitedly, "Many thanks, Master." Although Mo Lifei was a wisp of remnant soul, his means were clearly very powerful. He started to guide Ning Tianping little by little and refined his divine essence anew according to the Starry Night Vast Cloud Art's method. In the process of refining, Mo Lifei also nodded slightly. This disciple that Yi Yuan recommended, while still barely satisfactory, was indeed a moldable talent. Yi Yuan suddenly felt like he was situated in H.E.L., his entire person's life force rapidly dissipating. This is the Nirvana seal, tempering and advancing nirvanic rebirth. This set of seal art is so profound. Yi Yuan said emotionally. Yi Yuan immersed in the seal art, reminiscing his previous life and current life, these 1,000 years, and actually had a feeling of great enlightenment. Wasn't his life a life of nirvanic rebirth? How many times of facing despair, and also how many years of relying on his own efforts, nirvanic rebirth. Amidst this profound divine inscription, Yi Yuan's consciousness became more and more empty and finally resulted in a quiescence. Amen. Mo Lifei was currently guiding Ning Tianping to refine his divine essence when he suddenly felt that Yi Yuan's life force was currently rapidly disappearing. This kid actually wants to forcefully comprehend the Nirvana seal. He's courting death here. Mo Lifei turned pale with fright and was about to go and interrupt Yi Yuan's comprehension. "Master!" Ning Tianping hurriedly shouted. "Amen." Mo Lifei looked at Ning Tianping doubtfully. Ning Tianping said, "Master rest ass. Assured, His Excellency won't mess around. His Excellency's talent is hundreds, thousands of times better than mine. Even if the comprehension fails, there won't be any danger to his life too. Let him be." Mo Lifei laughed in spite of himself and said, "Do you really think that a true D realm skill is so simple? If it is that simple, don't know how many people in this world can break through to become a true D already." But Ning Tianping said firmly, "I don't know about others, but His Excellency definitely can. Spatial laws are known as the supreme laws that are the hardest to comprehend in this world, but His Excellency only used 100 years' time and comprehended 2 layers of heaven." Mo Lifei's gaze turned sharp, incomparably shocked in his heart. As a true D powerhouse, he was clearer than others how difficult spatial laws were to comprehend. This kid in front of him actually only used 100 years' time and comprehended 2 layers of heaven. Was this a joke? Just as he was in shock, the Yi Yuan who originally already returned to quiescence, his aura suddenly became strong. Suddenly, Yi Yuan abruptly snapped open his eyes and flagrantly fired out a seal. Rumble! The entire region of starry sky started trembling. The stars in the distance suddenly became dim. What happened? Could it be that this stretch of S.P.A.C. is going to collapse? Quickly run! The Divine Lord Realm powerhouses who were still outside choosing treasures, after seeing this scene, each and every one of them was frightened until they turned deathly pale. Once the S.P.A.C. collapsed, they would have to be buried inside. Even if it was just a wisp of divine sense, it would cause tremendous damage to their main body too. Wanting to break through in the future would no longer be possible. Mo Li Fei's gaze revealed a panic-stricken look as he said in shock, "See, comprehended. I spent several thousand years before comprehending this first seal. He only used this short while, and is already at grand completion? Yes, this first seal of the Nirvana seal. Yi Yuan already fully mastered it, cultivating to the realm of grand completion." Chapter 1663, Looking for Abuse. 1663, Looking for Abuse Life, and Death Reincarnation, suddenly an epiphany in one move. This set of seal art was simply tailor-made for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's comprehension ability was abnormally high to begin with. Coupled with his MPY journey and setbacks during his life, his experiences were far from what the average person could compare to. This Nirvana seal, he directly comprehended it. When Ning Tianping saw that Yi Yuan had a sudden epiphany, he could not help saying with great joy, "Congratulations, Your Excellency!" "Master, what did I say just now? His Excellency is very impressive, right?" Mo Li Fei appeared slightly embarrassed, said as he smiled, extremely shocked in his heart. He even turned his nose up at Yi Yuan earlier, feeling that Yi Yuan's talent was too inferior. Only now did he know how ridiculously wrong he was. This kind of comprehension ability was simply astounding. Ho, little friend, Yi Yuan's comprehension ability is truly terrifying. For your master to be able to take in a disciple like you, it's truly a blessing. Mo Li Fei said with vicissitudes of emotion. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I entered the state of sudden epiphany by chance, comprehending the Nirvana seal. You guys carry on. I'll consolidate this set of seal art." Under Mo Li Fei's guidance, Ning Tianping's cultivation method was converted very quickly. When his cultivation method was finished converting, it would also be equivalent to familiarizing with this starry night vast cloud art cultivation method once. Cultivating in the future would also yield twice the results with half the effort. "Master, you said that you're burdened with a deep-seated hatred, but you still haven't told me who your enemy is," Ning Tianping suddenly asked. Mo Li Fei let out a sigh and said, "Wait till your strength is sufficient. Then Master will naturally tell you." Ning Tianping nodded his head. He also knew that his current strength was too weak, and talking about taking revenge was still too early. "Master, this disciple and His Excellency will be leaving for the Heavenspan Mountain right away. Come together with us." Ning Tianping said with a look of antic, Asian. The pure-minded Ning Tianping felt that Mo Li Fei was very good to him. These few days, quite a bit of teacher-student relations. HI plus P was also nurtured between the two. Now, Mo Li Fei already gradually recognized this disciple. Just as Yi Yuan said, this disciple did not disappoint him. But more importantly, it was his faith in Yi Yuan. Hearing Ning Tianping's invitation, Mo Li Fei was rather moved, but he shook his head very soon and said, "Master won't be going, you guys go ahead." Yi Yuan seemed to have seen through Mo Li Fei's thoughts, took out a ring, and said, "Senior, I have a spirit void ring here. You can shelter yourself inside. The two of your teacher and student have just formed ties. Separating henceforth is too cruel. Moreover, Tianping's cultivation in the future still needs senior to guide." Mo Li Fei's gaze turned intent, and he said, You actually still have a soul-type mystic treasure." This ring was shockingly a soul-type divine, Lord Mystic Treasure too. Although compared to the soul-suppressing pearl, it did not even count as trash, there was still no problem for Mo Li Fei to shelter himself inside. Mo Li Fei was merely a wisp of remnant soul currently, with not much life force left. He left behind numerous contingencies in this suppression ancient heaven gate in order to preserve his remnant soul. But once he left this place, his life force would dissipate rapidly. This spirit void ring was a soul-type divine, Lord Mystic Treasure in the purple extreme hall. Either way, Yi Yuan had no use for it, so gifting it to Ning Tianping was just right. The moment Ning Tianping understood the situation, he could not help being overjoyed, as he said, "Ha, great. Master, we can leave this lousy place. Don't you worry. Disciple will definitely cultivate hard and strive to help Master take revenge soon." Mo Li Fei was agitated in his heart and said with a nod, "All right, then I shall shelter myself inside this spirit void ring." He was inexplicably shocked in his heart. The secrets on this kid called Yi Yuan were truly too many. Even though it was just a divine Lord Mystic Treasure, soul-type divine Lord Mystic Treasures were exceedingly rare. He did not think that Yi Yuan actually still had a second of such a treasure on him. Above the wilderness outside the Suppression Ancient Heaven Gate, the powerful spiritual energy storm gradually dissipated. Jing Lu was in high and vigorous spirits. He obtained the Crimson Light 9 Brilliance Divine Art. After coming out and converting his cultivation method, he touched the second-layered Heaven Divine, Lord Bottleneck, very quickly and actually directly broke through. Indeed, well deserving of being young Patriarch Jinglu, this kind of talent is truly rare in the world. It's said that he broke through to first-layered Heaven Divine Lord for less than 50 years and actually broke through to second-layered Heaven Divine Lord already. Obtaining a Divine Tao Peak Rank 5 cultivation method this time, he'll likely become a peerless powerhouse in the future. The people were all sighing with amazement at Jinglu's talent. The speed of his cultivation was indeed too fast, causing people to marvel in wonder. Right at this time, 2 rays of light shot out of the Suppression Ancient Heaven Gate and returned to the Spirit Circle. It's Master Yi Yuan. I heard that he entered the depths of the starry sky this time. Wonder whether he obtained a Divine Tao Rank 6 treasure or not. Might not. Rank 6 treasures are very rare. Even if they entered the depths of the starry sky, they might not be able to obtain it either. Quite a number of people were all guessing just what kind of harvest Yi Yuan gained. But Jing Lu's expression turned dark, and he came up to greet them. "Yi Yuan, you postured with me previously and looked down on a peak rank 5 cultivation method. I wonder what you obtained." Jing Lu said with a cold smile. Toward this arrogant fellow, Yi Yuan could only be speechless. He just said coolly, "What has what I obtained got to do with you?" Jing Lu did not get angry either, and said with a smile, "Yi Yuan, I want to challenge you. If you lose, I don't want your treasure either. Bring it out for everyone to take a look. Do you dare or not?" Jing Lu was certain that Yi Yuan definitely obtained some kind of important treasure and was afraid of displaying it and being coveted by everyone. What he wanted to do right now was to force Yi Yuan to show the treasure and draw everyone's hostility. He did not believe that body was unmoved. Jing Lu's little scheme. How could Yi Yuan not perceive it? He looked at Jing Lu with a smile that was not a smile and said, "You already broke through to become a second-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Challenging me, an origin deity realm, your skin is really thick." With Yi Yuan saying so, there were indeed quite a number of people who gestured and pointed very disdainful towards his actions. This was a blatant bullying people. However, Jing Lu was clearly long prepared and said with a smile, "You're not an ordinary origin deity realm. Your strength is even stronger than the vast majority of first-layered Heaven Divine Lords. Now, you also obtained a precious treasure in the Suppression Ancient Heaven Gate. Jumping another realm to battle is also not impossible. This is also too shameless. Yeah, although we're very curious about what treasure Yi Yuan obtained, This kind of shameless words still makes people perspire in shame. An origin deity, realm jumping realms to defeat a first-layered heaven divine lord is already freakish to the extreme. But to further defeat a second-layered heaven divine lord, how is this possible? Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed when he heard it and said, "You really want to know what treasure I obtained?" Jing Lu smiled and said, "That's of course. Not just I want, I think everyone wants to know. I'm merely helping everyone speak their mind." Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, "Since that's the case, then I'll grant your Wisconsin H." Plus, the moment Jing Lu heard, he could not help revealing a smile of his trickery succeeding. He did not believe that with his current strength, Yi Yuan could still beat him. "Make your move," Jing Lu said with a confident face. Yi Yuan smiled, the divine essence in his entire body rousing. A mysterious and profound seal condensed and formed very quickly. Sensing that horrifying energy undulation, Jing Lu's expression suddenly changed. "Nirvana seal." Yi Yuan injected all of the divine essence in his body and brazenly fired a seal out. Chapter 1664 exposed. Chapter 1664 exposed. Careful, young patriarch. From far away, when Uncle Huang saw Yi Yuan's seal, his face similarly revealed a look of great shock. It was only to see his figure suddenly dash out, wanting to save Jing Lu. However, he was too far away. Yi Yuan's Nirvana seal arrived. In an instant, Netherkill Extreme Light Sword. Seeing such a terrifying seal art, the scent of death hit him head-on. How could Jing Lu still dare to slight it? The moment he made his move, it was his strongest attack. He was risking his life to counterattack, breaking through to become a second-layered heaven divine lord. The power of his sword techniques naturally increased greatly too. But in front of Yi Yuan's Nirvana seal, it still somewhat paled in comparison. This Nirvana seal gave people a very strange feeling, like it was an envoy who hooked the soul, very terrifying. Rumble! The two attacks collided together like comets. Puerk! Puerk! Yi Yuan and Jing Lu flew out backward at the same time. Ning Tianping's expression changed and hurriedly went up to catch Yi Yuan, exclaiming, "Your Excellency, are you all right?" Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine. Go." Ning Tianping was shocked inwardly and immediately did not dare to stay, bringing Yi Yuan, figure speeding away like lightning. Young patriarch. Uncle Huang also rushed over, but Jing Lu's situation was clearly not too good, life force rapidly dissipating. It looked like he could not survive anymore. Everyone present was incomparably shocked. "He dead. My eyesight isn't failing, right?" Young patriarch Jing Lu died, just like this? What seal art is that? To actually be able to kill a second-layered heaven divine Lord Powerhouse. Can't be that this seal art is the treasure he obtained in the suppression ancient heaven gate, right? Uncle Huang's eyes turned blood red, his gaze revealing a murderous look as he roared angrily, "Yi Yuan, if I don't kill you, I'm not human." Finished talking, he put away Jing Lu's corpse, turned into a stream of flowing light, and chased after. Fourth-layered heaven divine lord. His strength was far stronger than third-layered heaven divine lord, practically equivalent to a major realm. His speed was far from what Ning Tianping could compare to. Ning Tianping sprinted madly. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying aura catching up from the rear, and his expression could not help changing. "Your Excellency, that person caught up." Yi Yuan's complexion was pale. His injury was not serious, but that Nirvana seal's consumption on his divine essence was too terrifying. His entire person seemed to be wrung dry. One had to know Yi Yuan's divine essence could not compare to ordinary people. When battling, in terms of endurance, he was even stronger than first-layered heaven divine lords. Even so, him using one Nirvana seal move nearly drained him into a human jerky. This move could only be used as a trump card. Otherwise, firing this move out, he would be directly invalidated. But the power of this move also indeed Serpa's said imagination. It was even stronger than the misty sword art. Ignore him. I'll recover divine essence first. Yi Yuan said, Kid, you were too reckless. With your current strength, provoking such a powerful opponent. Isn't this courting death? Mo Li Fei suddenly said. Yi Yuan just smiled palely and did not speak. But Ning Tianping said, just a fourth-layered heaven divine lord. His excellency still hasn't taken him seriously. Mo Li Fei could not help choking. Could it be that this kid still had other methods? But just now, when Yi Yuan fired out the Nirvana seal, Mo Li Fei was deeply astonished. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's divine essence was actually able to support the Nirvana seal. That kind of power was truly terrifying. The three people, you chase, I ran 10,000 miles in a flash. Riverluck capital city became smaller and smaller. Right at this time, several figures suddenly appeared at the horizon. The moment Uncle Huang saw, he could not help being overjoyed as he called out, Xiang Yunfei, Sun Qing, Zheng Shan, stop that boy for me. They killed young patriarch. These few people were precisely Melody Sun Imperial City's reinforcements. When the few people heard Uncle Huang's yell, they involuntarily trembled all over, hurriedly stopped Ning Tianping. Ning Tianping no longer had a way out being pincered in front and from the rear. Finally, the four people formed an encirclement ring. Huang Hai, what's going on? Is what you said just now true? Xiang Yunfei looked at Uncle Huang and asked in a solemn voice. Huang Hai's expression was very ugly as he gritted his teeth and said, Talk again after this matter is over. After killing these two villains, this old man will naturally take my own life to offer an apology. Xiang Yunfei Trio's hearts sunk to rock bottom. It seemed like young patriarch Jing Lu really died. Jing Lu's status in Melody Sun Imperial City was too high. The impact of his death on Melody Sun Imperial City was too great. Saying that it was an earthquake was also not overboard. Xiang Yunfei's two eyes narrowed, looked at Ning Tianping, and said in a cold voice, You killed young patriarch? Do you know what kind of consequences you have to bear? Not him, it's that origin deity realm kid. Huang Hai interjected. The three people's expressions changed. Sun Qing said angrily, Huang Hai, do you take us to be 3-year-old kids? Can an origin deity realm kid kill young patriarch? Huang Hai said in a solemn voice, If it was that kid who made a move, could this old man not be alert? It's because it was too unexpected that this old man couldn't save young patriarch in time. Moreover, young patriarch was killed in a direct confrontation by that origin deity realm kid after breaking through to second-layered heaven divine lord. What? The three people spoke in unison, their S almost popping out. They felt that Huang Hai was simply telling bald-faced lies. Origin deity realm. Forget about killing in direct confrontation, even sneaking attacking. It was also impossible to kill a second-layered heaven divine lord. Huang Hai knew that they did not believe and said in a solemn voice, This matter was personally witnessed by thousands of people. Can this old man still talk nonsense? Enough C.R.A.P. After capturing these two punks, I'll tell you guys more in detail. The three people were incomparably shocked in their hearts, but locked onto Ning Tianping and Yi Yuan from far away. Kid, cripple your divine C right now and surrender without resisting. I can make it painless for you. Xiang Yunfei said coldly. Yi Yuan had long swallowed divine essence, recovering medicinal pills. At this time, his divine essence already recovered a little. Hearing Xiang Yunfei's words, Yi Yuan said disdainfully, Was your head pressed by a door? Why should I cripple my divine C? Jing Lu provoked me time and again, and already had killing intent towards this young master. Not killing him. Do I wait for him to come and kill me? Seeing Xiang Yunfei, 3 people, how could Yi Yuan still not understand what was going on? This Jing Lu clearly called for reinforcements to come and kill him. Xiang Yunfei said with a cold snort, razor-tongued. Since that's the case, then this seat will personally take action and let you suffer the anguish of purgatory on earth, so as to comfort young patriarch's spirit in heaven. This Xiang Yunfei's strength was the strongest, a 5th-layered, heaven-divine lord powerhouse. At this time, him attacking in a violent rage, the impetus was extremely horrifying. Smacking a palm out, the powerful world power seemed to be like a large mountain cruise. I plussing over. And it. You, punk, can really make trouble. Only at the origin deity realm, and you attracted such a powerful opponent. Forget it, you guys quickly escape. This seat will risk my life to help you all escape. Mo Li Fei heaved a sigh, and was about to use the last trace of his remnant soul's power to cover the 2 people's escape. But Yi Yuan said, Senior, don't have to do so. It's still not the end of the road yet. Tianping go. Rumble. After a huge rumble, Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping vanished. Xiang Yunfei's expression changed, and he said in a solemn voice, MN, where are they? Swuz. Plus a stream of flowing light suddenly sprang out, directly flying past Xiang Yunfei. Chapter 1665, Unbelievably Stifled. Chapter 1665, Unbelievably Stifled, Spatial Flying Type Mystic Treasure. Chase. We mustn't let him escape. Xiang Yunfei's expression changed greatly. Lifting his hand, it was a palm attack again, slamming solidly on the purple extreme hall. However, the purple extreme hall did not budge an inch. Huang Hai's expression changed too, his figure moving swiftly, world power cruise. Plussing over toward the purple extreme hall crazily. For great middle stage divine lord realm powerhouse attacking. How shocking was the impetus? The berserk world power stuck to the purple extreme hall tightly, slowing down its speed. Pummel it brutally for me. When their divine essence stones are exhausted, I want to see if he comes out or not. Xiang Yunfei shouted loudly. Therefore, the 4 people each executed their means, bombarding over towards the purple extreme hall frenziedly. Within the purple extreme hall, Yi Yuan was completely unruffled, quietly recovering divine essence. Rumble. From the outside, Siv booming sounds could be heard. Even Ning Tianping's expression changed slightly too. 4 middle stage divine lord realms. Among them, there was even a 5th-layered heaven divine lord powerhouse. This attack was too horrifying. The divine essence stones supporting the purple extreme hall's defense were also being consumed wildly. This time it was different from that incident at the Fiend Calling Ridge. At that time, it was the few celestial deity powerhouses who took the enemy too lightly and did not investigate carefully at all. That was how Yi Yuan smoked through. But this time, the purple extreme hall was right under Xiang Yunfei's eyelids. Even if turned into a speck of dust, it was also impossible to hide from them. Mo Li Fei looked at this large hall with incredible shock as he said, could this be a true G? Oh, the mystic treasure? Ning Tianping nodded and said, that's right. This is a spatial flying type true G. Oh, the mystic treasure. But His Excellency hasn't completely refined it yet. Right now, he can't unleash its full functions. Otherwise, those few at the outside are nothing to be feared at all. Mo Li Fei was speechless. He discovered that he could not see through this Yi Yuan more and more. This guy's trump cards were simply endless. Each time he thought that it reached the most dangerous time, Yi Yuan always had a backup move to settle everything. Mo Li Fei suddenly said, "But with the intensity of their attacks, can our divine essence stones hold out?" Ning Tianping smiled and said, "Master, you don't have to worry. His Excellency recently earned 400 billion divine essence stones at Riverluck capital city. Although he spent 200 billion, there are still 200 billion left. If they want to use up the divine essence stones, let them deplete it then." Mo Li Fei opened his mouth, shocked until he could not speak. An origin deity realm having 400 billion divine essence stones on him, this was too demoralizing. After a bout of wild bombardment, the four people were tired until they were almost collapsing. But the purple extreme hall still did not budge an inch. Just how many divine essence stones do they have to actually be able to hold on until now? Xiang Yunfei said in a deep voice. Huang Hai said, "I don't know how many divine essence stones they have, but it's a lot." This time, it was originally to help eldest young master to purchase the boundless heavenly soul stone, but it was intercepted by this kid. He spent 110 billion to buy this piece of boundless heavenly soul stone. The moment Sun Qing heard, he said gloomily, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Huang Hai said, "What can be done if said earlier? This spatial flying-type mystic treasure is clearly extraordinary. I reckon that it's at the very least celestial deity mystic treasure too. We can't breach the defenses at all. Now, there's only exhausting their divine essence stones entirely and then use a powerful attack to shock them to death." Xiang Yunfei's gaze stirred, and he said with a nod, "What old Huang said is right. The only plan now is to drag it out with him. This kid killed young patriarch, so we must capture him. Moreover, putting aside other things, this treasure is clearly extraordinary. As long as it can be brought back, it's enough to compensate for this incident of young patriarch's demise. No matter what, definitely can't let him leave. We have to pester this flying mystic treasure endlessly and mustn't let it break free of control." The few people nodded one after another when they heard it. Once the purple extreme hall broke free of their control, it would be able to shake them off instantly. The four people rested for a while, recovered divine essence, and bombarded the purple extreme hall wildly again. However, the purple extreme hall's stability made them somewhat despaired. They unleashed all of their abilities, but they were still unable to deplete completely the purple extreme hall's divine essence stones. No idea how long had said either Yi Yuan's divine essence finally completely recovered. "Your Excellency, you finally recovered. These few fellows are pestering the purple extreme hall endlessly. We can't escape." Ning Tianping said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If they want to pester, let them pester then. Do you wish to experience the feeling of being a tyke?" And for once?" Ning Tianping's eyes swiveled, and he said excitedly, "Of course I want." Yi Yuan said, "If you want, cultivate well and quickly break through to become a fourth-layered heaven divine lord." Ning Tianping said with an excited look, "All right." After converting to the starry night vast cloud art, Ning Tianping already touched the threshold of fourth-layered heaven divine lord. Breaking through realm was just a matter of sooner or later. The moment Yi Yuan said it, Ning Tianping immediately understood what Yi Yuan wanted to do. He was also rather curious just how many divine lord mystic treasures Yi Yuan had on hand. Detonating initial rank divine lord mystic treasures previously, Yi Yuan's divine essence could barely manage to accomplish it. But middle rank divine lord mystic treasures were far more stable than initial rank. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping could not do it, but as long as Ning Tianping broke through to fourth-layered heaven divine lord, everything would naturally happen, naturally without extra effort. Hence, Ning Tianping started close seclusion to cultivate a salting fourth-layered heaven divine lord. Outside, those four people clearly decided to drag it out, with Yi Yuan too taking turns to bombard the purple extreme hall. Yi Yuan's divine essence stones were also being consumed at a rapid rate, but 200 billion divine essence stones were sufficient for them to exhaust for very, very long. In a blink, more than half a year, Pa S said. On this day, Ning Tianping suddenly opened his eyes. The surrounding spiritual energy gathered over wildly. All around him were divine essence stones. They were sufficient for him to break through to become a fourth-layered heaven divine lord. Ha ha ha, finally broke through, Ning Tianping said excitedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's right, even faster than I imagined." Ning Tianping said with a loud laugh, "Your Excellency prepared so many resources for me, coupled with the cultivation method that Master gave me. If I still don't break through, I can go hit my head and die. Come, these bunch of guys chased us for over half a year already. Let's vent this frustration properly today." Yi Yuan casually threw him a few divine lord mystic treasures and said with a smile, "Go on, feel free to detonate them. I'll ensure your safety." Ning Tianping chuckled and said, "All right." Xiang Yunfei, they all actually almost could not hold on anymore. But making them leave right now, they were unwilling to either. Do these two punks really plan on being cowardly turtles for the rest of their lives? Sun Qing gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Just how much divine essence stones do they have? When will this come to an end?" Zheng Shan said with a dejected look. Xiang Yunfei's gaze was grim as he said, "Truly and it, with the intensity of our attacks, even hundreds of billions of divine essence stones should be depleted entirely." Suddenly, Huang Hai's gaze turned intent, like he discovered a new continent, shouting excitedly, "Out! They are out! Ha ha! They finally can't hold on anymore." The other three people focused their eyes and looked, and they were immediately greatly aroused. Sure enough, Ning Tianping came out. "Ha ha ha! Kid, your divine essence stones are finally running out, right? This half a year's time, the few of us brothers have been unbelievably stifled. Brothers, we must service this boy properly today." Xiang Yunfei said with a hideous grin. Chapter 16, 66 Blow You to Death. Chapter 16, 66 Blow You to Death. Isn't that so? If I don't vent it a bit, your father will become a crazy person. Sun Qing said, This kid actually broke through. A little interesting. Abusing him like this will be more interesting, Zheng Shan said with a cold smile. A fifth-layered Heaven Divine Lord and 3 fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lords, such a lineup naturally would not be scared away by a fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. But Huang Hai's expression was slightly dark as he said, "Where's Yi Yuan? That punk didn't dare to come out and let you come and seek your doom?" Seek my doom? Right, sending you all to death. Dealing with the few of you, this young master alone is enough. How is there a need for His Excellency to take action? Ning Tianping said with a cold smile. Ning Tianping's words drew a burst of derisive laughter from the four. "Ha ha ha, what did I hear just now? Brother Xiang, he's dealing with the 4 of us alone. I'm so scared." Sun Qing said with a loud laugh. The other 3 people also had mocking looks. Clearly, they heard a very hilarious joke. A fourth-layered, Heaven Divine Lord Kid, dealing with even one of them was enough for him to choke on. To actually brag about going 1 versus 4, this was clearly a joke. Xiang Yunfei said with a smile, "Then let's take a look at how much capability this kid has." Xiang Yunfei signaled the other 3 with his eyes. The 3 people understood and immediately closed in, surrounding Ning Tianping in the middle. With this, he would be hard-pressed to escape even if he grew wings. Ning Tianping did not have the intention of escaping at all, allowing them to surround him. Xiang Yunfei laughed savagely. Suddenly, a palm struck Ning Tianping. At the same time, the other three people were also waiting in full battle array, not giving Ning Tianping a chance to dodge. They were forcing Ning Tianping to clash head-on with Xiang Yunfei, fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord, and fifth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. This was very life-threatening. However, Ning Tianping laughed coldly and advanced instead of backing down. There was suddenly an additional bracelet in his hand. It was shockingly a middle-rank divine, Lord Mystic Treasure. Xiang Yunfei's gaze turned intent, and he said in pleasant surprise, "Middle-rank divine Lord Mystic Treasure." What Xiang Yunfei himself used was still an initial-rank divine, Lord Mystic Treasure. Seeing the middle-rank divine Lord Mystic Treasure, he was naturally very moved. Ning Tianping had a mocking look as he said, "You like it? Then it's all yours. Explode for me." At this moment, Ning Tianping's divine essence poured into that bracelet frenziedly. A horrifying aura instantly burst out. Xiang Yunfei was still wildly ecstatic earlier, but in the next second, his hair stood on end. "You lunatic, you'll die too!" Xiang Yunfei roared. However, it was already too late. Rumble! That bracelet was directly detonated by Ning Tianping. Half the sky was blown until it shook. That horrifying aura could virtually flatten a mountain. Xiang Yunfei was blown until he flew out backward, unable to maintain his figure in the air at all. The other three people were also caught off guard by this sudden change, being affected to a varying degree. This kid is simply a madman. He thinks that this way it can blow this old man to death. Xiang Yunfei vomited fresh blood wildly as he bellowed angrily. He did not expect that Ning Tianping was actually so determined, exchanging for his serious injury at the cost of his life. Detonating Mystic Treasure, this kind of thing could be said to be the last resort. Want to affect the other party, one must approach with his own body. If you detonate at a place very far from him, by the time the explosive force affected the other party, he would have long vanished without a trace. That was suicide, not mutual destruction. Now that Ning Tianping detonated the Mystic Treasure, Xiang Yunfei naturally thought that he was already dead. But right at this time, a cold voice sounded out in his ears. "Can't blow to death? Then one more time." Ning Tianping's voice seemed very excited. Clearly, he detonated to his heart's content just now. No need for any flashy play, no need to practice whatever martial technique. Just blow up, blow up, blow up. Tyke. Oh, and S were awesome. Rumble. Another divine, Lord Mystic Treasure exploded. Xiang Yunfei had yet to react in time and was blasted flying again. It was only to see his figure keep tumbling in the air. SMAs. H. I plus ing onto the ground heavily, being knocked out cold. A powerful fifth-layered Heaven Divine Lord was brought down by 2 claps of thunder just like that. The other 3 people's scalps tingled, turning tail and running. However, they already suffered considerable injuries. How could they be as fast as Ning Tianping? "I detonate. I'll blow you to death. Didn't you guys chase to your heart's content? Feels good now, right? Amen." Horrifying energy undulations came from the sky from time to time, akin to peals of U.F. fled thunder. Before long, Huang Hai 3 people were already blown into smithereens, not even leaving behind residue. Ha ha ha. It's really too awesome. Your Excellency, this feeling of being a tyke. Oh, and is really refres. H. I plus ing. Don't care what cultivation method you have. Don't care what martial technique you have. Blast one by one, just like that. everything is leveled to the ground. Ning Tianping had lived for so long, it was his first time feeling what was called as a true tyke. O-O-N. Even in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City in the past, he also could not possibly scatter money like it was dirt in this manner. Divine Lord Mystic Treasures. Even if you had hundreds of billions, you might not be able to buy so many too. How could he crush all the way like now? Of course, if there wasn't Yi Yuan acting in concert by the side, helping him avoid the explosions with spatial laws, one Divine Lord Mystic Treasure could blast him to death already. How could it be so ref-res? H.I. Plusing? Detonating 5 to 6 middle-ranked Divine Lord Mystic Treasures in a row, it directly exterminated a group of middle-stage Divine Lord powerhouses. Yi Yuan smiled and said, without middle-stage Divine Lord cultivation, you can't even detonate a middle-ranked Divine Lord Mystic Treasure. Therefore, cultivation is still the most important. Ning Tianping smiled and said, Haha, what your excellency said is true. I was just making a joke. Seeing you use this kind of method to blow people up the last time, it felt incomparably ref-res. H.I. Plusing. Now that I experienced it myself, it's indeed freaking amazing. Ha ha ha. What jumping realms to battle. In front of detonating Divine Lord Mystic Treasures, it was really weak to the max. To Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, Divine Lord Mystic Treasures were as precious as their lives. However, Yi Yuan actually casually used them to detonate. It was truly extravagant to the extreme. Swaz. H. Plus Ning Tianping was currently being pleased with himself when suddenly a figure on the ground dashed into the distance with extreme speed. Ning Tianping's expression changed, and he said, angrily, that guy actually didn't die yet. He was feigning death just now. That figure was none other than precisely Xiang Yunfei. He suffered 2 waves of explosions in a row just now, but did not know what to do. Now, seeing Ning Tianping relax, he immediately cast a secret art to escape. While talking, Ning Tianping was about to go and chase after, but Yi Yuan stopped him and said, he used a secret art, so you can't catch up. Leave him be. Ning Tianping was very remorseful and angry and said dejectedly, it's all my fault. I was too careless. Yi Yuan smiled and said, he suffered heavy injuries and also cast a secret art. Even if he can recover, he's unable to return to the peak anymore either, equivalent to being a cripple. Now that the trouble is resolved, let's go. Ning Tianping nodded his head and returned to the Purple Extreme Hall dejectedly. Purple Extreme Hall turned into a stream of flowing light and sped like the wind into the distance. Without several Divine Lord Realm powerhouses restraining, the Purple Extreme Hall's speed was swift to the extreme. Vanis. H.I. Plusing at the end of the sky in a blink. A baleful gaze looked in the direction the Purple Extreme Hall disappeared, and said in a cold voice, looking at their direction, could it be that they are going to the Heavenspan Mountain? Really failed miserably at a simple task. I didn't expect that this kid actually had such means. However, not avenging this enmity, Xiang Yunfei, is less than human. Chapter 16, 67, Lung Qiuling. Chapter 16, 67, Lung Qiuling. This is the Heavenspan Mountain. Yi Yuan looked at that enormous mountain that towered into the clouds in the distance, feeling like his entire divine soul left his body. Everyone said that seeing once was better than hearing it 100 times. The name of the Heavenspan Mountain could be said to be resounding like the roar of thunder. Before this, Yi Yuan had imagined the appearance of the Heavenspan Mountain countless times before, but seeing it now, he was still shaken to the core. Everyone said that the Heavenspan Mountain contained all of the Heavenspan world's Tao. It was indeed not false. That mountain was clearly in the distance, but Yi Yuan actually could not see it clearly. It was as if there was a cloud of mist obstructing the eyes. Unfathomable. He suddenly felt like he was treading on air, the feeling of corroborating great Tao, his entire person drifting over to the mountain. Yi Yuan, don't look anymore. Yi Yuan was currently spellbound when a thunderous voice suddenly sounded in his ear, startling him awake. Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, cold sweat instantly drenching his clothes. What's going on? Yi Yuan said with lingering fear. You save that kid first. His divine soul is almost separating from his body. Dustless said. Yi Yuan was startled inwardly. Turning his head to look, he discovered that Ning Tianping's divine soul was already almost floating out of his body. Tianping, come back! Yi Yuan shouted sharply. Ning Tianping's divine soul suddenly returned to position. Why, Your Excellency, what's with me? Ning Tianping said. Dustless said, You guys are lacking in power and lost yourselves in front of great Tao. Rashly viewing the mountain will cause the divine soul to leave the body, be swept into the vortex of great Tao, and be ground to dust. Yi Yuan was secretly shocked and related to Ning Tianping. The two people felt lingering fear. Indeed, well-deserving of being the heaven-span mountain, one glance, and it could seize people's souls. Emily Fay also said, Sigh, you brat, I haven't had time to say, and your divine soul already left your body. He did not have Dustless's divine, soul-shocking means. Repeatedly shouting and yelling earlier, Ning Tianping did not hear it at all. Ning Tianping sucked in a deep breath and said, The heaven-span mountain indeed lives up to its reputation. Saying that it gave birth to the entire heaven-span world is indeed not fake. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's entire body trembled, as if a bolt of lightning flashed across in his mind. He seemed to have grasped something. However, it also seemed like he grasped nothing. This inspiration fleeted past in a flash, swift until he did not capture it at all. That kind of feeling was like 10,000 ants gnawing on his little heart, abnormally itchy and hard to endure. Yi Yuan, what's wrong with you? Ning Tianping discovered Yi Yuan's peculiarity and could not resist asking. Little punk, shut up. He seemed to have comprehended something. So don't disturb him, Emily Fay said. Ning Tianping was uncertain what it meant, but also hurriedly shut his mouth. Yi Yuan frowned and pondered hard, but just could not grasp that fleeting flash of inspiration. Finally, Yi Yuan still let out a long sigh. Kid, did you comprehend something? Dustless said. Yi Yuan said with a bitter smile, I seem to have touched that layer of window pane paper, just a little bit more. But I'm just unable to poke through. Dustless' eyes lit up, and he said, No need to rush. Looks like this trip was really right. When you reach the Heavenspan Mountain, perhaps all of your doubts will be resolved completely. Yi Yuan nodded his head, thoroughly convinced of this too. Your Excellency, are you still all right? Ning Tianping saw through Yi Yuan's out of sorts. Clearly, his sudden epiphany failed. Yi Yuan already adjusted his state of mind, patted Ning Tianping's shoulder, and said with a smile, If I can break through to the Divine Lord realm, you'll be noted as having rendered the first meritorious service. Ning Tianping's gaze turned intent, and he said in pleasant surprise, Your Excellency, did you finally found the opportunity to break through just now? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said with a smile, Although it was just a brief instant, there are finally some ideas. Ning Tianping laughed loudly and said, Ha ha, when Your Excellency breaks through to the Divine Lord realm, go back and let that bunch of fellows all shut up. He knew how much Yi Yuan suffered in these few hundred years and also admired the might of Yi Yuan's mind at the same time. If it were an ordinary genius, they would probably have long abandoned themselves to despair. At this time, a group of divine Lord realms sped over from the distance. In the group, a youth in a white S.H.I. plus RT said with a disdainful look. Senior apprentice sister, there's actually still an origin deity, realm, who wants to go to the Heavenspan Mountain, truly overestimating his own ability. The person in the lead was a very beautiful girl. That girl's white dress fluttered. Her ethereal aura coiled around gracefully, akin to an otherworldly fairy maiden. It was just that the aura radiating off her body kept people 1,000 miles away, very cold and detached. The woman gave Yi Yuan a glance and said with slightly furrowed brows, "The Heavenspan Mountain is a forbidden place for those under Divine Lord Realm. Aren't you aware? This kind of place isn't for you." Yi Yuan sized the girl up, also slightly surprised in his heart. This girl's age was similar to his, and she was actually a 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse already. This talent, placed in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, would simply one-shot everyone. Even Ning Tianping, this self-boasted genius, also had a feeling of being ashamed of his unworthiness when seeing this cold and beautiful woman. The disparity was too great. After experiencing the initial most shock, Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Many thanks for the reminder. However, this Yi naturally has a reason to insist on going." Although what this girl said was not pleasant to the ear, Yi Yuan could still make it out anyway. This girl was just reminding out of goodwill and did not have the intention of mocking. Rather, that young man had a look of disdain. But this group of people's strength was indeed powerful. They were all young, but each person's strength was even stronger than Ning Tianping. One had to know Ning Tianping was already more than 1,000 years old. In terms of talent, the gap between both parties was too great. What reason is there to insist on going? Merely that you're unable to break through and want to come to the Heavenspan Mountain to try your luck. Over 500 years of bone age, and unable to break through to the Divine Lord Realm. Your talent is too poor. There are no idea how many country be. You kins like you come here every year. They were all crushed into minced meat by the Heavenspan Mountain. If you're willing to seek death yourself, we naturally can't stop it either, said T, White S, H, I plus RT guy. The moment Ning Tianping heard, he flared up and said angrily, "What the H, EL, I do, you know?" If not because of some reason, His Excellency would have broken through to the Divine Lord Realm as far back as 300 years ago. It was still good if he did not explain. The moment he explained, the white S, H, I plus RT man was even more contemptuous as he said, "Turns out that already stuck at grand completion origin deity realm for 300 years. 300 years and can't even break through to the Divine Lord Realm. Still take yourself to be a genius? Truly a frog at the bottom of a well. See, our senior apprentice, Sister Choling? She already broke through to the Divine Lord Realm at the age of 100. Presently, 400 years have gone by, and she's already 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Coming to the Heavenspan Mountain this time, she plans on breaking through to Celestial Deity Realm in one stroke. You know how great the disparity is already, right?" Ning Tianping could not help choking when he heard this. He actually could not find the words to refute the other party. This kind of genius was what he had to look up to all his life. In just 400 years, she cultivated from being a 1st-layered Heaven Divine Lord to a 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord. This kind of cultivation speed was simply horrifying. The white-clothed girl frowned and said, "By Qing." The white S, H, I plus RT man saw Lung Qiuling get angry and immediately shut up. Lung Qiuling looked at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "That's all I have to say goodbye." Finished talking, Lung Qiuling brought along the group of junior brothers and sisters, and they headed for the Heavenspan Mountain. His Excellency, they are also too arrogant, Ning Tianping said indignantly. Yi Yuan smiled. and said, "They had good intentions too, so just let them be." Chapter 1668, Getting Shot, Even When Lying Down. Chapter 1668, Getting Shot, Even When Lying Down, by Ching. Before coming out, Master repeatedly exhorted us to keep a lower profile. Geniuses are plentiful, like clouds at the Heavenspan Mountain. There are also quite a number stronger than us. Take heed not to be arrogant and complacent. Have you forgotten all of it? Lung Chioling's brows were slightly furrowed, clearly somewhat displeased with Bai Qing. When Bai Qing saw Lung Chioling get angry, he said respectfully, "Bai Qing knows his mistake. But each time we come to the Heavenspan Mountain, there are always some hillbillies who overestimate their ability. It really puts me in a bad mood seeing them. You told him the pros and cons, right? He still didn't appreciate it, truly courting death." Lung Chioling said, "Everyone in the world has a heart that leans toward the Tao. Other people's lives are other people's. If he isn't willing, forget it, no need to force it. He and we are not people in the same world to begin with." Bai Qing smiled and said, "Haha, senior apprentice sister's words are reasonable. That kid just now couldn't even break through to the Divine Lord realm for 300 years. His potential has probably been exhausted already, so it will be like this for this lifetime. Yet he still doesn't give up and comes to the Heavenspan Mountain to seek death." Lung Chioling did not speak. Clearly, she also agreed with Bai Qing's words. "All right, don't delay any more. We have to hurry to Southfoot Town before dark," Lung Chioling said. In the evening, Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping walked into Southfoot Town. Southfoot Town was at the foot of the Heavenspan Mountain. The Heavenspan Mountain was G. Oh, D knows how many tens of thousands of miles tall and how many tens of thousands of miles in circumference. The Heavenspan Mountain could not be climbed as and when someone wanted to. Every other year, the Heavenspan Mountain would form pas, sageways leading straight up the mountain. Martial artists must pas through these pas sageways before they could ascend the Heavenspan Mountain. Going up from other places would be directly blotted out by heavenly Tao, no matter how powerful your strength was. Therefore, the foot of the Heavenspan Mountain formed one small town after another. Firstly, it was to provide a resting place for martial artists. Secondly, it was also in order to manage these martial artists and not let them cause trouble. This place was the closest place to heaven. Getting into a fight would ruffle heavenly Tao, sending down heavenly punishment, sparing not even chickens or dogs. According to legend, there had once been a martial artist who got into a fight in order to vie for the qualification to scale the ladder to heaven. In the end, heavenly punishment descended, wiping out all of that batch of martial artists. At the foot of the mountain, there were numerous such small towns. But the towns where each major realm belonged to were separate, because the pas, sageways where they entered the Heavenspan Mountain, were different. This Southfoot town only had Divine Lord realm powerhouses. Ha ha, Junior Sister Lung, we're really connected by heart to actually meet here. Zhuahan, who's connected by heart with you, stay further away from me. Junior Sister Lung, don't keep people 1,000 miles away like this. Don't be like this. This place is Southfoot Town. You can't attack others. Get lost. The moment he entered, Yi Yuan heard a guy and a girl arguing. One of them was that Lung Chioling. The other was a man called Zhuahan. His strength was similar to Lung Chioling. He had the appearance of a sticky candy, pestering Lung Chioling endlessly and not letting go. Yi Yuan gave a glance and did not have the intention of going to provoke, walking straight towards a large hall in the center of the town. Lung Chioling was currently irritated. Suddenly seeing Yi Yuan, she quickly walked over to stop Yi Yuan and said coldly, "You still came in the end." Yi Yuan gave her a glance, nodded, and said with a smile, "I said it before, I have a reason to be bent on coming." Lung Chilling let out a sigh and said, "You aren't familiar with this place, right? Come, I'll bring you to go and collect the number plate." Yi Yuan was just about to reject, but saw the pleading look that Lung Chilling cast. Yi Yuan understood in his heart. This was using him as cannon fodder. He also did not expect that this iceberg beauty would actually condescend to beg him. A beauty begging, it was naturally hard for Yi Yuan to refuse. Moreover, along the way previously, Yi Yuan could also feel this iceberg beauty's good intentions. Therefore, he changed his mind and said with a smile, "Then I'll have to trouble Fairy One." At this time, Zhuohan came to the side, looked at Yi Yuan full of killing intent, and said coldly, "Another origin deity, realm, who came to court death. Junior Sister Lung, are you deliberately finding this kind of trash to spite me? It's useless." While he said that it was useless verbally, Zhuohan already put Yi Yuan in the list of must-kills. Lung Chilling was just about to speak, but Yi Yuan said, "Liking Fairy Lung, one can't use this kind of endlessly pestering method. Like this, you'll only make her dislike you more and more." Zhuohan's gaze turned cold, and he said, "What this young master does isn't your turn, an origin deity realm trash's turn, to come and teach." Yi Yuan shook his head and could not help laughing. He said to Lung Chilling, "Fairy Lung, this kind of condescending fool, better stay further away from him, save that he defiles your eyes." Finished talking, Yi Yuan brought Lung Chilling and was about to leave. Zhuohan's gaze turned cold, blocked right in front, and said coldly, "Kid, you try saying it one more time." The powerful pressure of ninth-layered heaven divine, Lord instantly crushed over toward Yi Yuan. With a difference of a major realm, the pressure of ninth-layered heaven divine Lord was sufficient to make Yi Yuan seriously injured and vomit blood. Lung Chilling was caught by surprise too, not expecting that Zhuohan would attack at the drop of a hat. But when she turned to look, she discovered that Yi Yuan was perfectly fine, and said coolly, "Don't make a spectacle of yourself anymore. Do you dare to attack here? Don't think that ninth-layered heaven divine Lord is very powerful, because I discovered that saying that you're a fool is somewhat praising you. Get lost." Suddenly, two iron-armored people came out from no idea where, with the auras on their bodies very horrifying. One of them said coldly, "Troublemakers kill without amnesty." Those two people's entire faces were covered in the suit of armor, but that deep and gloomy gaze made Zhuohan feel akin to falling into an ice cellar, his body instantly drenched in sweat. The two people's bodies emitted a horrifying aura. Even Lung Chilling's complexion turned slightly pale too. Zhuohan forced a smile and said, I just wanted to scare him. He didn't want to really attack." The armored person said coldly, "Warning once. If the offense is repeated, kill without amnesty." Finished talking, the armored person's gaze stopped on Yi Yuan for a moment, then turned around and left. Lung Chilling similarly used an astonished gaze to look at Yi Yuan. She did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually completely unmoved under the pressure of a ninth-layered heaven divine Lord. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that under those two armored people's powerful auras, Yi Yuan could still maintain his composure. Those two armored people's strengths were at least celestial deity realm 2. Yi Yuan was actually completely fine. Yi Yuan gave Zhuohan a glance and said disdainfully, "Idiot! Fairy Lung, let's go." Lung Chilling nodded and left with Yi Yuan. Looking at the two people's distant back views, Zhuohan said in a cold voice, "Punk, when we leave Southfoot Town, I'll definitely make you die very horribly. Just now, thank you very much." Even Lung Chilling's thanks seemed a little cold. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Fairy Lung is too courteous." Lung Chilling said, "Seems like I dragged you into the water." With Zhuohan's personality of seeking revenge for the smallest grievance, he probably would not let you go so easily. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Since I dared to promise Fairy Lung, I'm naturally not afraid of him." An origin deity, realm, saying this kind of words sounded somewhat comical. She felt that Yi Yuan had a feeling of knowing what to do, but she did not know why. 1. Calling her a fairy maiden. Chapter 16, 69 Old Drunkard. Chapter 16, 69 Old Drunkard. No matter what, consider it that I owe you a favor. Take this sword. In the future, if there's any need, you can come to Thousand Sore Imperial Capital to find me. Lung Qiuling handed Yi Yuan a small and exquisite jade sword. It was very exquisite. This jade sword was crystal clear. Holding it in the hand felt penetratingly cold. Clearly, it was not an ordinary item. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of refusing either, and said coolly, "All right, then I'll accept it. That sticky candy has already been shaken off. Fairy Lung, go back earlier and rest." Yi Yuan did not have the intention of going to find Lung Qiuling, but in order to set Lung Qiuling's mind at ease, he still accepted it. By the side, Ning Tianping was incomparably shocked. He did not expect that an iceberg beauty like this, a proud daughter of heaven, actually took the initiative to gift Yi Yuan something. What shocked him even more was that Yi Yuan actually wanted to chase away such a sophisticated great beauty. Lung Qiuling was clearly very surprised too. In these 500 years, it was still her first time encountering such a person. Even if others knew that there was no hope, they were eager to stay a while more with her as well. But this guy in front of her actually wanted to chase her away. Amen, thanks. With Lung Qiuling's temperament, she naturally would not say that she wanted to stay, directly taking her leave. But in her heart, she kept feeling a little uncomfortable. Walking halfway, she suddenly turned around again and said to Yi Yuan, "Oh, right, I urge that you'd best not go to the Heavenspan Mountain. Since remote antiquity, there has never been an origin deity realm martial artist who could come down alive." Pausing for a bit, she added, "No matter how prodigious, it won't work." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Many thanks for Fairy's reminder. This Yi Yuan will be careful." Seeing Yi Yuan's attitude, Lung Qiuling knew that he did not take it in at all and could not help being somewhat annoyed and irritated, turning around and leaving, sending Lung Qiuling away with his eyes. Ning Tianping said with a look of lament, "TSK, TSK, my lord is my lord. Seeing such a beauty, and you're not moved no matter what." Yi Yuan scolded laughingly, "My own relations, HI plus PS are a mess. So how can I be in the mood to be moved by other women?" The moment Ning Tianping heard this, his gossipy heart immediately poured out like a flood, asking fervently, "Oh, Your Excellency actually has a lover, and there's more than one. I've never heard you mention it before." Yi Yuan said huffily, "Don't inquire about what you shouldn't ask." The two people saw Lung Qiuling off with their eyes and arrived at a large hall in the middle of the town. Entering the hall, inside the hall was very empty. There was only a person sitting lazily in front of a bed, drinking away from a wine flask. Another origin deity realm who came to seek death. "Kid, give you an advice. The Heavenspan Mountain isn't some fun place. Go back to where you came from." That person said, without even turning his head around. This drunkard was in a state of drunkenness, but Yi Yuan could not fathom his limits. Many thanks for Senior's advice. However, the Heavenspan Mountain, this junior must go. Yi Yuan said firmly. The drunkard said with a snicker, reckless and foolish punk. But you're late. The number of plates this year had already been fully issued before you came. If you want to enter the Heavenspan Mountain, wait another year." Yi Yuan was speechless. This was too unlucky, right? He just missed the last train. Yi Yuan did not give up and said with clasped hands, "Senior, can you make a little exception?" His voice had yet to fade when two figures dashed out from no idea where, blocking in front of Yi Yuan. The piercing cold killing intent made Yi Yuan's brows furrow slightly. "Ha ha ha, kid, what do you take my place to be?" "Go, go, go. Still not going, I won't be courteous." The drunkard waved his hand as he drank. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and was just about to leave when suddenly his expression changed. "Ha ha, not meeting for several million years. You, this old drunkard, are putting on such a pompous front." Suddenly, a figure appeared in the hall. What surprised Yi Yuan was that Dustless actually revealed his figure. That drunkard's expression changed. He put down the alcohol flask, staring fixedly at Dustless. The drunkard said in a solemn voice, "You all leave. Without my instructions, you're not allowed to come in." "Yes." The two armored people answered him and directly vanished on the spot. Yi Yuan also said, "Tianping, you go out first and take a walk." Ning Tianping was shocked inwardly, but he still answered and left the hall. Clearing the venue, the drunkard suddenly stood up. Looking at Dustless with a look of disbelief, he said, You're really Lord Dustless." Dustless smiled and said, "Who can it be if not me?" "Ha ha!" The drunkard suddenly lifted his head to the sky and laughed hard, tears running down his old face. He said, "Heaven has eyes, Lord Dustless. You're actually still alive." The old drunkard cried and laughed, appearing very crazy. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help being shocked in his heart. He did not expect that this old drunkard was actually Dustless's old acquaintance. Dustless looked at the old drunkard and also had a melancholic expression. Clearly, many memories were brought back. After a bout of madness, the old drunkard hurriedly said, "Lord Dustless, please sit." Dustless was merely an illusionary figure, but the old drunkard was very respectful toward him. Dustless was not polite either, sitting onto the bed. Dustless looked at the old drunkard, and he said with a smile, "Looks like these few years you've been doing pretty well." The old drunkard smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Dustless, you're mistaken. I hate that I failed to live up to expectations. That's why I drown my sorrow in alcohol daily. These several million years, I've always cultivated bitterly, wanting to take revenge for Lord Immortal Grove. But I can't even break through to the Empyrean realm. These few years, I also took the time to go and find Lord Immortal Grove's small world before. But he hid it too well, I couldn't find it at all." Dustless sighed and said, "You had the heart, but you don't need to go and find any more because Immortal Grove already has a successor." The old drunkard's entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in surprise. For so many years, the old drunkard held down the fort at Southfoot Town. The geniuses he had seen before were too many to enumerate. Yi Yuan was far too lacking compared to them. The old drunkard said with a doubtful look, "It's him, Lord Dustless, with all due respect. This kid looks very ordinary. He's unable to break through to the Divine Lord realm. And that's why he came to the Heavenspan Mountain, right? Can't even break through to the Divine Lord realm. How can he avenge Lord Immortal Grove?" Dustless smiled and said, "The world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl both acknowledged him as their master, so it won't be wrong. As for being unable to break through to the Divine Lord realm, it's not convenient for me to expound on the reason. But it's absolutely not a problem of talent. You just have to know that his future accomplishments are far above Immortal Grove's." The old drunkard was extremely surprised when he heard that. Yi Yuan looked plain and ordinary, without any special aspect. However, Dustless's appraisal of him was actually so high. Lord Immortal Grove's talent. The old drunkard was all too clear. A little fellow who could not even break through to the divine Lord Realm could compare to him. The old drunkard nodded and said, "Since he's the person that Lord Dustless picked, I, an old drunkard, naturally have nothing to say. But Lord Dustless, you're also aware, origin deity, realms going to the Heavenspan Mountain, there's no return. This is no joke." Dustless smiled and said, "You old drunkard, how can this old man let him go and court death? You rest assured he'll be fine." The old drunkard sized Yi Yuan up with a curious look, wanting to see what was different from him. But looking here and there, he could not perceive anything no matter what. Chapter 16, 70 Cutting in Line. Chapter 1670 Cutting in Line. Dustless was naturally not worried about Yi Yuan. He refined a small portion of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain. As long as he did not seek death, the Heavenspan Mountain's heavenly Tao would not crush him. Even without the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan's strength was already comparable to a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord. It was sufficient to resist the pressure of the Heavenspan Mountain already. It was just that this strength, if Yi Yuan did not act, outsiders naturally could not tell. Coming out from the old drunkard's place, Yi Yuan had a confused look. So Dustless briefly recounted the matters of the old drunkard. It turned out that the old drunkard was a servant that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove took in during his early years. Immortal Grove saved his life back then. He followed Immortal Grove and was loyal and devoted to Immortal Grove. But later, because of various reasons, the old drunkard left Immortal Grove and became the manager of Southfoot Town. Dustless making Yi Yuan come to Southfoot Town was naturally because of this consideration. Back then, when the old drunkard heard that Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove perished, he had once cried for 3 days and nights. He resolved to take revenge for Immortal Grove, but his strength was too weak. That was why he drowned his sorrows in alcohol every day. Immortal Grove's enemy was a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. How difficult was it to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm? Several days later, it just happened to be the 1-year date. On the Heavenspan Mountain, a beam of light slowly extended out and landed on the ground outside the small town. All of the martial artists going to the Heavenspan Mountain gathered in the wilderness. They all held a wooden plaque in their hands. This was the sequence number plates issued by the old drunkard. People without a wooden plaque were not permitted to go up the Heavenspan Mountain. This was not the Heavenspan Mountain's rules. It was just a rule of Southfoot Town. Zhuohan swept a glance and suddenly discovered that Yi Yuan did not have a wooden plaque in his hands. He instantly understood something. "Haha, kid, you don't even have a wooden plaque, so what did you run here for?" "I almost forgot. We took the last few pieces of wooden plaques that day. You guys came after us. So, you still got to wait a year." "Ha ha ha," Zhuohan said with a loud laugh. He burned with rage that day and did not notice this matter. Recalling it now, they just happened to have received the last few pieces of wooden plaques. That Yi Yuan naturally did not have a wooden plaque on hand. Lung Chilling they all were slightly earlier. Zhuohan they all followed closely behind. Then later, it was Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping. Zhuohan's loud laughter immediately attracted the attention of many people. "I got it. You came to see junior sister Lung. Ho-ho, do you think that this young master couldn't tell that she used you as a S-H-I+ELD? You wouldn't think that she's really interested in you, right? Stop trying to strike out of your league. You and she are not in the same world at all. An ant like you will never understand the disparity between you guys. Give up." Zhuohan shot Yi Yuan down without any consideration. No way, right? An origin deity realm actually wanted to punch above his weight and pursue Lung Chioling? Really overestimating his own ability. Doesn't take AP. S to look at his own reflection at either. Another origin deity realm who came to court death, going to the Heavenspan mountain. He won't even have his life anymore, yet still want to pursue beauty Lung. Clearly, Lung Choling was very famous. The divine Lord realm martial artists present. There were quite a number of people who knew her. Hearing Zhuohan said so, they immediately mocked Yi Yuan heavily. People had this kind of psychology, what they could not obtain. They were even more reluctant to see others obtain. Although there was nothing between Yi Yuan and Lung Choling, Zhuohan's words made him become the target of public scorn. Lung Choling clearly heard Zhuohan's words too, and immediately flared up and said angrily, "Zhuohan, say any more nonsense. Do you believe that I'll tear your mouth?" But Zhuohan smiled and said, "Junior Sister Lung, could it be that I said wrongly? You wouldn't really have fallen for this kid, right?" Lung Choling's expression turned cold, and she said, "That's none of your business." Yi Yuan secretly heaved a sigh. Lung Choling saying this kind of words, wasn't it making things more vague? Sure enough, quite a few people used even weirder expressions to look at Yi Yuan. Some gazes were rather unfriendly. If looks could kill, he would already have been killed countless times. "Idiot! Stop simply guessing. I came to go up the Heavenspan mountain," Yi Yuan said coolly. Zhuohan's expression turned cold, and he said in a great rage, "Punk, you're very gutsy. If you have the capability, hide in Southfoot Town for the rest of your life and don't ever go out. I want to see how you go up the Heavenspan mountain without a wooden plaque. Do you think that Southfoot Town's guards are all useless?" At this time, the old drunkard brought 2 armored people and walked over here while drinking alcohol. The old drunkard said, hazy-eyed from drinking, "Those with wooden plaques in their hands, line up in order for me." Those watching a show did not dare to dawdle at this time, immediately lining up properly according to the number plates, while Zhuohan looked at Yi Yuan with a smug look, prepared to see him get shot down. Everyone knew that this old drunkard's strength was unfathomable. Once he was unhappy, the consequences were rather terrifying. Indeed, the old drunkard headed over to Yi Yuan's side, staggeringly. Zhuohan sneered in his heart and said, "Fool who doesn't know life from death, see how you still be arrogant. Best that you provoke the guardian to flare up and kill you, an abominable brat." The old drunkard gave Yi Yuan a drunken and bleary-eyed glance, smiled, and suddenly said to the 2 people beside him, "The 2 of you, give the 2 of them the wooden plaques." Those 2 people were stunned, wondering if they heard wrongly. Zhuohan's expression changed too, uncertain of what was going on. "Why, Your Excellency, what did you say?" The old drunkard's expression turned cold. Those 2 people seemed to have had their throats stuck, expressions becoming very ugly. The old drunkard said in a cold voice, "I said, give the 2 of them your wooden plaque. Don't you understand?" This time, they heard it clearly. These 2 people were Zhuohan's junior apprentice brothers. They used pleading eyes to look over at Zhuohan. Zhuohan had a stunned look too, completely not understanding what happened. He stepped forward and said to the old drunkard carefully with clasped hands, "Your Excellency, clearly we came first. So why should we give up the wooden plaques?" The old drunkard said indifferently, "Your father asked you to give, so give. What's with all the nonsense?" By the side, the others were astounded faces too, completely not understanding why such a thing would happen. "What's going on? I came to Southfoot Town several times already and have never encountered such a thing before. Yeah, it has always been first come, first served. Why can those 2 punks cut in line? Could it be that they are that Lord's disciple? Doesn't look like it either." Lung Choling's beautiful eyes looked at Yi Yuan in extreme shock. She discovered more and more that she could not see through this boy who was as old as her. Talent was clearly very poor, yet revealed all kinds of bizarreness surrounding him. Zhuo was thunderstruck by the old drunkard's words until he was tender on the inside and crispy on the outside. It was still his first time encountering such a thing, and he was completely baffled. If it were others, he would just swallow it. Yet this person was Yi Yuan. Hence he toughened his scalp and said, "Your Excellency, I'm unconvinced." "Be based on what?" The old drunkard said coolly, "Based on what?" "Based on that this Southfoot town is managed by this father of yours. The words that your father said are the imperial decree." Chapter 16, 71, No Such Thing. Chapter 16, 71, No Such Thing. Your Excellency, I came from Heavenly Water Imperial Capital. My grandfather is... Zhuo was just about to report his background when the old drunkard's aura suddenly released. Zhuo's complexion turned white all at once. Kneeling on the ground with a thud, the old drunkard said in a cold voice, "You dare to threaten me? Forget about Zhuo S.H. I plus long. Even if Ji Sun came, he'd have to tuck his tail between his legs and behave here too." The old drunkard's aura was too horrifying. Those divine Lord Realm powerhouses all turned white as a sheet. They could not withstand the old drunkard's powerful pressure at all. "Humph! Put away your pride. Your pride is utterly worthless in front of this old man. Although one can't make a move under the Heavenspan Mountain, dealing with little babies like you guys, just one look is enough." How did the old drunkard still have any drunkenness at this time? He had the solemn air of an expert. Even Yi Yuan felt an enormous pressure. Indeed, him killing Zhuo was as simple as pinching an ant to death. He did not need to make a move at all. "Why, Your Excellency, we'll give them..." Saying these few words, Zhuo seemed to have exhausted all the strength in his body. The old drunkard withdrew his aura and said with a cold snort, "Little baby who doesn't know any better. Didn't Zhuo S.H. I plus long teach you how to behave before you go out?" The pressure on everyone suddenly lightened, all looking at the old drunkard in horror. Only then did they know how powerful this guy who guarded Southfoot Town was. Zhuo gnashed his teeth in hatred inwardly, but did not dare to show the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. He could sense that this old drunkard would really kill people. Furthermore, the other party did not attach any importance to his grandfather, Zhuo S.H. I plus long at all. Also, who was Ji Sun? That was Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's city lord. Regarding the background of these towns at the foot of the Heavenspan Mountain, there were different versions. Some say that they were controlled by some transcendent heavenly emperors. Some also said that they were controlled by Tao ancestors. But without a doubt, behind them were existences that could not be provoked. Those two Heavenly Water Imperial Capital's disciples handed the wooden plaques to Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping extremely unwillingly. Ning Tianping received the wooden plaque, waved it in front of Zhuo and said with a smile, "You look, we have wooden plaques now." Zhuo was infuriated. "Be smug. You guys just be smug. See, whether or not you'll get crushed to death by Heavenly Tao after you go up the Heavenspan Mountain." Zhuo could only use this kind of method to console himself. Actually, it was not considered consoling either. He felt that Yi Yuan would definitely be crushed into minced meat if he went up. The old drunkard gave Zhuo a glance and said coolly, "To dare provoke the prestige of the Guardian, these two people are not allowed to climb the Heavenspan Mountain within 3 years." Zhuo's expression changed, opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But at the thought of the old drunkard's horrifying strength, he forcefully swallowed the words back into his stomach. The more he said, the more this old drunkard would definitely jest. Zhuo was not stupid. He naturally knew propriety. It was just that he did not understand why such a powerhouse would take care of an origin deity realm like so. Those two people had aggrieved looks, about to cry. Two mighty DS fighting, the two of them little goblins suffered. Yeah, they did not even have a place to reason it out. The old drunkard said coolly, "In this place, this old man is the law. Whatever I have you do, you just care about doing it obediently. Now, start climbing the mountain." Those two armored people stood at the forefront of the ranks and started letting people up the mountain. Each person had to show their wooden plaques before they could pass through. Yi Yuan said to the old drunkard with clasped hands, "Many thanks, senior." The old drunkard took a swig of alcohol and waved his hand, indicating for them to go up. Seeing Yi Yuan's figure disappear into the sageway, a hint of worry flashed across the old drunkard's eyes too. Even though Dustless pledged in all seriousness that Yi Yuan would be fine, this was the Heavenspan Mountain after all, the world's most powerful existence, and also the most terrifying existence. Yi Yuan was Lord Immortal Grove's successor after all. If he died just like this, then hope would really be completely extinguished. As soon as they entered the sageway, everyone seemed to have been stripped away of something and could no longer fly. A group of divine Lord Realm powerhouses seemed to have returned to when they were mortals. The entire Heavenspan Mountain was like an enormous prison, while they were like birds in a cage. Zhuohan used a hateful gaze to look at Yi Yuan and said coldly, "Punk, don't be smug too early. Entering this sageway, there's no turning back. You'll be crushed into minced meat by Heavenly Tao's pressure." Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said, "Idiot, you'd best take care of yourself first. Your jumping up and down appearance is really like a clown. Don't use this kind of eyes to look at me. If you're unconvinced, come and hit me. I'll tell you, the Guardian can't leave Southfoot Town. If you have the capabilities, don't ever leave here." Zhuohan said angrily through gnashed teeth. How could he dare to attack? They had already entered the sageway now. Once he attacked and provoked heaven's punishment, he would die until not even dregs remain. In this place, there was no need for the Guardian to come forward to suppress at all. These people, none of them dared to attack. Very soon, everyone approached the sageway's entrance. The pressure on everyone also suddenly increased. The aura of Heavenly Tao became stronger and stronger. That horrifying aura made people feel like they were restrained in a river of Heavenly Tao, unable to extricate themselves. But the more it was like so, the more everyone was able to draw close to Heavenly Tao, feel Heavenly Tao's aura, and also break through easier. Of course, the Heavenspan Mountain was not almighty. Some people could consecutively break through realms here, while others could not break through at all. This had to depend on the individual's talent. Yi Yuan and Ning Tianping walked at the back, feeling the increasingly powerful Heavenly Tao aura. Even Ning Tianping started to get worried too. He was a little worried whether or not Yi Yuan could withstand this kind of Heavenly Tao pressure. Everyone got out of the sageway one after another, but no one left. They all wanted to see how Yi Yuan, this origin deity realm martial artist, would be crushed into meat paste by Heavenly Tao. Lung Qiuling's hand clenched into a fist, showing the anxiety in her heart. No idea why. She was very worried about Yi Yuan, worried about seeing that scene appearing. Zhuohan and his junior apprentice brothers naturally wanted to see Yi Yuan get crushed into meat paste the most. Zhuohan had an excited expression as he kept saying while looking at Yi Yuan, "Die, die, die." His junior apprentice brothers also looked at Yi Yuan hatefully with excited faces. Reckless and blind thing, see if you don't die. Seeking death. Own self wants to court death. And, body can stop. Best if he dies until not even dregs remain. Amidst everyone's curses, Yi Yuan's foot finally stepped into the heaven-span mountain. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's entire body trembled. The lesser heaven-span mountain within his body emitted a series of roaring sounds. A burst of inspiration rushed to his head, making Yi Yuan have a feeling of sudden epiphany. That shackle, which stopped him for 300 years, was finally unlocked by him at this moment. At this moment, Yi Yuan practically wanted to sing at the top of his voice. This invigorating feel simply could not be described using words. The changes within Yi Yuan's body, outsiders naturally could not feel it. Zhuohan only saw Yi Yuan's entire body shudder as if he could not bear Heavenly Tao's pressure. He and his junior apprentice brothers had looks of antic, Asian, waiting for Yi Yuan to be crushed. However, Yi Yuan still stood there. Suddenly, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes and said with a faint smile, "What are you guys looking at? Watching me get crushed into minced meat by Heavenly Tao? No such thing." Chapter 1672, Perfecting Cultivation Method. Chapter 1672, Perfecting Cultivation Method. Zhuohan, Lung Qiuling, as well as all of the Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, all doubted whether they saw it wrongly or not. Yi Yuan was very relaxed at this time. How was there no hint of pressure on him at all? Rather, it was they themselves who felt the heavy pressure. Are you totally fine? You were clearly... Zhuohan had an expression like he saw a ghost looking at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan looked at him as if looking at an idiot. He said with a smile, "Clearly what? Faked for you to see. You took it for real? Said that you're an idiot. It's really not false at all." Zhuohan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said furiously, "Impossible! The Heavenspan Mountain is the forbidden land for origin deity realms. And, body has ever survived here. There's no way that you're completely fine." Yi Yuan could not be bothered with him. Footsteps moving lightly, he walked up the mountain. He was calm on the surface, but actually, tanic storms already raged within his body. The lesser Heavenspan Mountain seemed to have produced some kind of resonance with the Heavenspan Mountain and started quaking wildly within his body. At the same time, the preliminary form of the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's 4th level cultivation method also slowly took shape in Yi Yuan's mind. The 4th level cultivation method was totally different from the first 3 levels. In terms of complexity, the first 3 levels added together also could not match half of the 4th level cultivation method. This was the reason why Yi Yuan kept failing to create the 4th level cultivation method, but it was not the primary reason. Looks like this trip to the Heavenspan Mountain was really right. If I didn't come here, I probably can't create the 4th level cultivation method for the rest of my life. This place is the summit of the world. Yi Yuan secretly sighed in his heart. Ning Tianping's words before, "The Heavenspan Mountain gave birth to the entire Heavenspan world," made Yi Yuan have a flash of inspiration, seemingly grasping something. Only all the way until now, when he truly set foot on the Heavenspan Mountain, did he understand what that sentence meant. Only now did Yi Yuan know that he had been going in the wrong direction all along. He attempted to go and open up a small world according to everyone's cultivation train of thought. But the Chaos Heavenspan Canon, which he cultivated, did not reach the point of opening up a small world at all. His divine sea still had a possibility of improving further. Therefore, to Yi Yuan, the 4th major realm was not Divine Lord Realm. If other martial artists knew Yi Yuan's cultivation method, they would definitely be unbelievably shocked, even scoffing in contempt, treating Yi Yuan as a different kind. This was the path that everyone in the Heavenspan world cultivated. So, how could it possibly be subverted? But the reality was that it was subverted by Yi Yuan. Other people's divine seas were already fixed when they reached origin deity realm due to the limitations of cultivation method, unable to break through anymore. Reaching the limits, one must open up a small world before they could take a step further, becoming a higher existence. However, Yi Yuan's path was not like this. His Chaos Heavenspan canon was much stronger than martial artists of the same rank, resulting in him having the strength to battle with first-layered Heaven Divine Lord, even second-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouses when he was at Origin Deity Realm. Others were not able to do this at all. What Yi Yuan had to do was to continue devouring spiritual energy, crazily growing his divine sea, all the way until his divine sea was fixed, unable to break through anymore, and at that time, open up a small world in one stroke. That way, his strength would be countless times stronger than others. The later he opened, the more powerful his strength would be, because at that time, the small world that he opened up, others were not able to imagine it at all. At that time, how powerful this small world would be, Yi Yuan could not say for sure right now, but he had a feeling that it might be able to reach the boundary of Tao Ancestor. This was the path that he had to take. Tianping, you comprehend by yourself. Don't need to care about me anymore. Yi Yuan's calm voice drifted over. Ning Tianping had an excited look. He knew that Yi Yuan definitely found the turning point to break through to the Divine Lord realm. Over 300 years of unrelenting hard work. Finally, it was all for this day. Even he felt that it was very not easy. Lung Qiuling looked at Yi Yuan's back view in disbelief, feeling extremely incredulous. It was still her first time hearing that an origin deity realm could survive within the Heavenspan Mountain. If it was merely surviving, she would not be to the extent of being so shocked. The crux was that Yi Yuan was too calm, as if this place was his home. Just who is this guy? How could he accomplish this? Lung Qiuling said with her heart filled with shock. Immediately, she shook her head hard and said to Bai Qing and the rest, "Let's go. It's not easy to take a trip to the Heavenspan Mountain. Let's not waste any longer and hurry up and go comprehend Heavenly Tao." Coming to the Heavenspan Mountain once was very not easy. They could not stay on indefinitely. Once the time limit was up, they would be kicked out of the Heavenspan Mountain. Hence, every minute and every second at the Heavenspan Mountain was very precious. They could not continue to be shocked anymore. Zhuahan gritted his teeth, used a very baleful gaze to look at Yi Yuan, and said coldly, "Let's go. I must break through to the celestial deity realm this time. I'm going to let this punk die, without a burial ground." Divine Lord realm martial artists could climb as high as 10 miles. Past this height, it was out of the bearing range of Divine Lord realm martial artists. Even taking a step out would be crushed into dust by Heavenly Tao. Existences such as Zhuahan and Lung Qiuling, the height that they could scale already infinitely approached 10 miles. Once they broke through the shackles, they would be able to scale new heights, becoming a celestial deity powerhouse. But even in the Heavenspan Mountain, this was also not an easy matter. How much Heavenly Tao one could comprehend, that depended on the individual's talent. But being so close to Heavenly Tao like this, for the likes of Lung Qiuling to break through, it was just a matter of time. To geniuses of their level, celestial deity realm had never been a fatal bottleneck. Yi Yuan's climb was very slow. It could be said to be a step at a time. In other people's view, his footsteps seemed to be rather strained. Actually, he was carefully sensing Heavenspan Mountain, feeling the resonance between the lesser Heavenspan Mountain and the real Heavenspan Mountain. Coming to the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan's Chaos Heavenspan canon was already suddenly enlightened. At this time, he was structuring the entire 4th level cultivation method bit by bit, just like building a house. First put up the framework, then add the bricks and tiles little by little, and finally form a STU, R, DY, and reliable house. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Dustless was also shocked to the core. I really don't know just how this fourth-level cultivation method would look like after it's completed, but looking at it now, it seems to be different from normal cultivation methods. This kid, I really can't see through more and more. Shuahan's movements were very rapid, catching up to Lung Qiuling in a few steps. Junior sister Lung, don't you understand my feelings for you yet? Shuahan said unresignedly. Originally, he held Yi Yuan in utter contempt. He felt that Lung Qiuling was spiting him. But now, he finally felt threatened. This Yi Yuan was far from as simple as he showed. Lung Qiuling gave him a glance very indifferently and said, Shuahan, give up on it. You and I, it's impossible. Right now, we're at the Heavenspan Mountain. I hope that you don't disturb my cultivation. Shuahan's expression changed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, that punk is still climbing the mountain. I don't believe that he won't get crushed to death by the Heavenly Tao. Chapter 1673, Heavenly Tao Tempering the Body. Chapter 1673, Heavenly Tao Tempering the Body. After experiencing the initial most shock, these Divine Lord Realm powerhouses all found their places and started comprehending Heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan paused briefly every 3 steps. He had a prolonged pause every 5 steps, his mind revolving rapidly. He must walk this path entirely before he could corroborate a complete cultivation method. Just like that, one day Pa S said after another. No idea how long had Pa S said either. Yi Yuan finally walked to the summit of 10 miles. All around, every section of distance, there were many martial artists concentrating deeply on martial Tao. No one knew that Yi Yuan already walked to the peak of the Divine Lord Realm. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's heart stirred, conceiving the idea of going to the next level to take a look. Ahead was a stretch of fog. Even if Yi Yuan stood in front of it, he could not see through what was after 10 miles too. Not hesitating at once either, Yi Yuan directly took a step out, walking into the fog. Buzz. Powerful Heavenly Tao pressure instantly descended on Yi Yuan's body. At this moment, Yi Yuan finally felt the terror of the Heavenspan Mountain. That powerful Heavenly Tao pressure was as if it was going to destroy the world. Cruce. Plussing his entire person. Such a large commotion immediately startled the powerhouses at the summit of 10 miles. When Lung Qiuling saw Yi Yuan had half his body stepped into the fog, her entire body involuntarily shuddered, her eyes revealing a look of disbelief. After the shock, Lung Qiuling immediately felt something amiss and exclaimed, He actually walked to the summit of 10 miles. No, wait, what's he trying to do? Shuahan saw it too. His immediate reaction was the same as Lung Qiuling. This kid, an origin deity realm, actually walked to the summit of 10 miles. How is this possible? Why? Why didn't Heavenly Tao pulverize him? Shuahan said with an unresigned look. But very soon, he discovered something amiss very quickly. Immediately, his face revealed a look of wild elation. Ha ha, kid, this is called Heaven Has a Path, but you refuse to walk. L has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. An origin deity realm actually dares to enter the fog realm. You're courting death. Shuahan let out a huge laugh as if already seeing the sight of Yi Yuan being crushed into a meat pancake. But right at this time, Yi Yuan, who already had half his body buried in the fog realm, suddenly stretched his head back again. He said to Shuahan with a faint smile, Idiot, you're really noisy. Don't leave if you have the guts. Wait for this young master to come back and teach you how to behave properly. Facing Yi Yuan's threat, Shuahan did not take it to heart at all, saying with a sneer, Idiot thing, do you really take this Heavenspan Mountain to be a shop opened by your family? To dare walk into the fog realm, You're dead for sure. This young master will wait right here. Come back if you have the guts. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, Gutsy, then you wait. Finished talking. Yi Yuan turned around, took another step out, his entire person stepping into the fog. When Leng Qiuling saw the situation, she could not help turning pale with fright and cried out, Yi Yuan, don't. Hearing Leng Qiuling's cry, Zhuo Han's expression became incomparably ugly. This concern was entirely emitted beyond her control. Why was this iceberg-like woman brutally harsh to him? But she cared so much about that boy. Zhuo Han smiled coldly and said, Don't yell anymore. Those who enter the fog realm will definitely die. Even if you broke through to the celestial deity realm, you also can't pass through from the fog realm. This point, you should know better than me. He is dead for sure. 1. Leng Qiuling did not go and look at Zhuo Han at all. She was repulsed by this person to the extreme, but she knew that what Zhuo Han had said was correct. Even a genuine celestial deity powerhouse also did not dare to pass through via the fog realm and enter the next realm's territory. But Yi Yuan did it. If it was to say that Yi Yuan still did not die by entering the Heavenspan Mountain with origin deity realm, this was a miracle. Then now it was absolutely impossible for a miracle to appear. Breaking through to the celestial deity realm at the summit of 10 miles, one would be transported out of the Heavenspan Mountain very soon. Only next time could they enter the layer above 10 miles by sing through the celestial deity realm's sageway. However, Yi Yuan said through just like that. No one knew what was there in the fog realm, but it was safe to say that no one had ever returned alive before, including some celestial deity powerhouses who were very curious and attempted it. As Zhuo Han and the rest expected, after entering the fog realm, Yi Yuan could be said to struggle to stride forward. Crack, crack, crack. In the fog, some tiny electric snakes were flying all around. That horrifying energy undulation. Even when Yi Yuan saw it, his heart palpitated too. However, these electric snakes wandered around, but not one landed on Yi Yuan's body. At this time, currently the lesser Heavenspan Mountain quietly suspended between Yi Yuan's eyebrows, emitting the power of heavenly Tao. It was also precisely the lesser Heavenspan Mountain that supported him to enter the fog realm. You kid are really crazy enough, Dustless said with a sigh. He naturally knew the prowess of this fog realm. Yet Yi Yuan walked inside. Yi Yuan smiled and said, The lesser Heavenspan Mountain and Heavenspan Mountain originated from the same source. Since the lesser Heavenspan Mountain acknowledged me as its master, then the Heavenspan Mountain's heavenly Tao would similarly acknowledge my existence. Entering this place may seem dangerous, but actually, it's more scary than actual danger. Dustless smiled bitterly and said, You kid are bold but cautious. You really dare to do anything. But this time, you gambled correctly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, These electric snakes are the true heavenly Tao existences. They should be the existences who truly control this 10-mile Heavenspan Mountain's rules, right? I say, if I were to use them to temper my fleshy body, would the effects be very good? Dustless's little heart that had just calmed down was immediately thoroughly frightened out by Yi Yuan's crazy idea. You're really a madman. These are all the lightning of heavenly punishment. Dustless said mortifiedly. He suddenly turned into a wisp of green smoke and tunneled into the soul-suppressing pearl and did not come out again. He knew that the following events would be rather terrifying, but he also knew that he could not stop Yi Yuan at all. This guy was simply a lunatic at times. The corners of Yi Yuan's mouth curled, communicating with the lesser Heavenspan Mountain at the same time. The lesser Heavenspan Mountain disappeared and reappeared again at Yi Yuan's glabella, emitting a multicolored light. Then Yi Yuan suddenly extended his palm and directly grabbed toward one of the electric snakes. Buzz. Virtually instantly, Yi Yuan's entire body started twitching violently. That horrifying energy undulation practically burned Yi Yuan to ashes. However, the waves of light that the lesser heavenspan mountain emitted were like a S-H-I plus ELD, protecting Yi Yuan firmly. Two horrifying auras intermeshed and canceled each other. Then traces of energy bored into Yi Yuan's body. Swaz. H. Plus Yi Yuan's hair suddenly stood on end, all of his hair standing up. At the same time, Yi Yuan revolved the heavenly dragon Dharma body frenziedly. Horrifying dragon aura spread out. That trace of energy activated the dragon race bloodline in Yi Yuan's entire body all at once. Yi Yuan clenched his teeth tightly, his entire body caught in intense pain. In the 300 years, he had long cultivated his fleshy body to the peak third transformation. But this fourth transformation, he could not find the threshold from start to end. Today, he planned to borrow this power of heavenly Tao and break through the shackles in one stroke. 1. Reminder, there are separate paths for different realms via the different towns. There are different towns for different realms. Southfoot Town was for divine lords. Chapter 1674 Breakthrough above 10 miles. Chapter 1674 Breakthrough above 10 miles. The energy in the electric snake was being stripped away bit by bit. Yi Yuan's body was absorbing energy little by little. Amidst the incredible pain, Yi Yuan's entire body radiated with a dazzling light. Rumble! Yi Yuan's golden body became incomparably bright, illuminating the gloomy realm fog S.P. a sea akin to daytime. The 9 transformations golden body's fourth transformation was finally completed. Yi Yuan's physical body directly broke through the shackles. Now, Yi Yuan could contend with divine Lord Realm powerhouses just based on his physical body. However, it was not over yet. The crazy Yi Yuan was still stripping away energy and tempering the fleshy body. He was challenging his limits. The berserk energy poured into Yi Yuan's body frenziedly. Finally, Yi Yuan could not withstand it and let go of the electric snake, while his fleshy body directly broke through to peak initial stage fourth transformation. Ha ha ha! Awesome! This electric snake's energy is really too strong. I only used a little bit, and it can actually let me break through to the fourth transformation. After enduring the suffering, Yi Yuan currently felt that he was filled with explosive power. That invigorating feeling made him unable to refrain from lifting his head to the sky and howling. Dustless smiled bitterly and said, "It was really accomplished by you, this brat. Truly a freak. Now, you can blow up a third-layered Heaven Divine Lord with one punch." Peak initial stage fourth transformation. The strength was comparable to third-layered Heaven Divine Lord. But powerhouses who cultivated the physical body could virtually sweep across those in the same rank. The power of Yi Yuan's dragon race martial technique, Far Serpa, said ordinary fleshy body powerhouses. Blowing up a third-layered Heaven Divine Lord was nothing difficult, even facing fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lords. He had the strength to fight too. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "After breaking through this time, my atavism dragon soul awaken again. Now, my fleshy body's combat strength can finally be put to use." Yi Yuan's dragon race martial technique was mastered through extensive study. His combat strength immediately soared by more than a level. "Amen, Yi Yuan, look at your golden body." There seemed to be some additional profound patterns. Dustless suddenly said. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, lowering his head and looking at his physical body. Under the electric snake's berserk energy, Yi Yuan's body was long in tattered ruins already. Yi Yuan discovered to his surprise that there were indeed some blue-colored profound patterns on his physical body. These blue profound patterns were inlaid into his golden body. If not looking closely, one really could not tell. What the L is this? Yi Yuan said in surprise. Dustless shook his head, and was also puzzled as he said, 9 transformations golden body would not have this kind of patterns show up. I don't know as well. However, the color of these patterns is very similar to that electric snake. Is it possible that inside the energy, which you absorbed just now, some attribute inside the electric snake was absorbed over? The moment Yi Yuan heard, his scalp could not help tingling. This electric snake was undoubtedly extremely powerful. Even if encountered by celestial deity powerhouses, they would likely turn to ashes instantly too. Now, getting it onto his body, don't know if it was a blessing or disaster. Forget it. Don't care about it. It's a blessing if not a calamity. If it's a calamity, it can't be avoided. As he said, Yi Yuan withdrew the golden light on his body and took out a blue robe from his storage ring to wear, and continued moving forward. No idea how long he walked either. It suddenly became bright in front of Yi Yuan. At the same time, the pressure on his body suddenly increased again. He realized that he could not go any further. Yi Yuan's control of the lesser heavenspan mountain currently was merely limited to the 4th level. The further up this heavenspan mountain, the more powerful heavenly Tao's pressure. Now, it already reached the limit of the lesser heavenspan mountain. Going further would be an unknown area for Yi Yuan. Even if he had the lesser heavenspan mountain, he would still be crushed into meat paste by heavenly Tao. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of turning back. He felt the surrounding spiritual energy, and immediately a feeling of gladdening the heart and refresh. Plussing the mind transmitted over. What powerful spiritual energy. Breaking through here is the most suitable. Yi Yuan said with a grin, getting to work at once. Yi Yuan did not hesitate, directly sitting down cross-legged, and started digesting the comprehension he had along this 10-mile road bit by bit. The Chaos Heavenspan Canon's 4th level cultivation methods framework was already built. Now, it was only a matter of understanding it thoroughly. When the 4th level cultivation method was thoroughly formed, he could break through the shackles in one fell swoop, breaking through to the 4th level realm. Yi Yuan shut his eyes and meditated, completely isolating the outside world. Either way, no one dared to attack inside the Heavenspan Mountain. He was not worried that someone would take the chance to deal a blow while he was meditating. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 15 days. In a blink, half a month said. Suddenly, a storm came out of nowhere. Wind formed under Yi Yuan's feet, gradually forming a spiritual energy vortex. Then, the vortex became bigger and bigger, the commotion became more and more horrifying. Rumble! A shocking aura surged to the sky. Yi Yuan's body emitted rays of electric light. The spiritual energy above 10 miles closed in toward Yi Yuan's place frenziedly. All around, the celestial deity powerhouses who were currently meditating with closed eyes were abruptly startled awake by this surge of powerful aura. What's going on? Somebody is breaking through? Who is breaking through? This commotion is also too frightening, right? Is my eyesight failing? That is an origin deity realm martial artist. He's breaking through to the divine lord realm. It's really an origin deity realm. My G. Oh, D, where did an origin deity realm come from? Above 10 miles, the group of celestial deity powerhouses burst into an utter uproar. The Heavenspan Mountain was very calm until even throwing a rock could not stir up a hint of a wave, because no one dared to behave atrociously here. But now, the situation completely exploded. The commotion of Yi Yuan breaking through was too great, disturbing all of the celestial deity powerhouses, causing them to be unable to sit quietly and meditate at all. This level of heavenly Tao was thoroughly thrown into disorder by Yi Yuan. Back then, when Yi Yuan came out of the martial tower, the commotion caused was already sufficiently big. But compared to this time, that paled greatly in comparison. One had to know the Heavenspan Mountain was the source of the Heavenspan world. Its spiritual energy was also the most in the entire Heavenspan world. The spiritual energy here was virtually more than 100 times of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Back then, when Yi Yuan comprehended the Chaos Heavenspan canon, the heavens bestowed a blessing. The spiritual energy of the Heavenspan Mountain skyrocketed several times. Until now, it still had not completely dissipated yet. The Heavenspan Mountain's spiritual energy could be described as horrifying. Furthermore, this place was the territory of celestial deities. The spiritual energy was far more compared to the territory of divine lords to begin with. Under such an environment, Yi Yuan still caused such a horrifying influence. It could be seen how Estoni's H.I. plussing his breakthrough this time was. Moreover, his breakthrough was different from ordinary people. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Dark clouds gathered overhead. It was simply like the end of the world had descended. Yi Yuan's entire being was surrounded by a cloud of thick fog. The celestial deity powerhouses could not see clearly at all. How could this kind of commotion be what an origin deity, realm martial artist breaking through should have? They pointed and gestured to Yi Yuan, each and every one of them with dumbfounded faces, completely ignorant of how this kind of thing could happen. Even if it were them, celestial deity powerhouses breaking through, they were unable to arouse such a terrifying commotion. Chapter 1675 Brand New Realm. Chapter 1675 Brand New Realm. I say, guys, do you think that guy wouldn't have run over from the realm fog, right? There's really a possibility. His position is at the edge of the fog realm. The Pa-S. Sageway also hasn't opened up currently, so there's no way that he came straight up from outside. Yeah, an origin deity realm. It's impossible to run up by hiding among us too. Where did this genius pop out from? Is the Heavenspan world sky going to change? An origin deity realm breaking through actually has such commotion. Isn't that so? Even if you and I break through, it's also impossible to cause such a big commotion. Looking at his appearance, he'll only give up after absorbing the spiritual energy above 10 miles clean. The group of celestial deity powerhouses looked at the Yi Yuan inside the storm and was struck even more with wonder. Too many unknowns, too many mysteries. It made them feel unbearably itchy, wanting to take a look at just who was breaking through. And Yi Yuan's divine, C, was currently undergoing earth-shaking changes at this time. Innumerable spiritual energy entered his body from every pore, finally merging into the divine sea. His divine sea was just like a bottomless pit, unable to be filled no matter what. Yi Yuan's divine sea was long already saturated. Logically speaking, it was unable to accommodate more divine essence at all. However, at this time, those viscous divine essence in his divine sea started to slowly revolve under the urging of the fourth level cultivation method. This revolution was just like a millstone compressing and condensing the originally paste-like divine essence once more. As a result, after a large tie of spiritual energy was refined by Yi Yuan, it merged into that vortex. This vortex was just like a black hole devouring the refined divine essence frenziedly. Now, inside Yi Yuan's divine lord, a slowly rotating viscous cyclone formed. In terms of size, This viscous cyclone was much smaller than before, but the thickness of the divine essence was 100 times more than before. Rumble, a horrifying aura transmitted out of the storm, reaching straight for the firmament. Yi Yuan's aura soared frenziedly inside the storm. Finally, he broke through the bottleneck of origin deity realm in one stroke, entering the divine Tao fourth stage. Yi Yuan's two eyes suddenly opened, his eyes shooting out rays of brilliant light. His eyes were full of shock. The storm started gradually dissipating. The celestial deity powerhouses outside all opened their eyes wide, wanting to take a look at just who it was that actually caused such a powerful influence. Swuz. H. Plus, just as a figure was faintly discernible, that person's figure moved, directly tunneling into the fog realm. When the celestial deity powerhouses who were waiting eagerly saw this scene, they could not resist letting loose a torrent of abuse. What a cunning lad actually ran. F*CK, this kid is too wily. Scratched until your father's heart is unbearably itchy, but he actually slipped away. B-A-S-T-A-R-D, get back for your father. You're being extremely irresponsible here. You'll die a horrible death. This B-A-S-T-A-R-D, he actually really said through via the fog realm. How in the world did he do it? This kid is too mysterious. I can't take it anymore. Who the H? L? I was that punk. Right now, these celestial deity powerhouses were like watching a suspenseful movie. All of the mysteries would be revealed at the last second. But when this movie played out until all of the mysteries were about to be unveiled, the power suddenly cut off. This emotion of going crazy, only the parties involved could understand it. If Yi Yuan showed up right now, he would definitely be dismembered by a flurry of blades by these celestial deity powerhouses. However, Yi Yuan could not be bothered with those celestial deity powerhouses. He knew that his commotion was too big. Furthermore, sing through from the fog realm. Those people would definitely be very curious. Once he revealed his true self, there would be countless troubles. Those were all celestial deity powerhouses. Even if Yi Yuan's current means were immensely formidable, it was also impossible to be their match. If someone had a malicious intent, wanting to find him to be a guinea pig, or coveted the treasures on him, that would not be too good. As for their unbearably itchy hearts, Yi Yuan did not care. Whatever. Of course, Yi Yuan being anxious to get away was because naturally there was a more important thing to do. Because he broke through to a brand new realm, a completely different realm. Yi Yuan needed to figure out just what kind of realm he broke through to, creating a cultivation method. Everything was empty talk. What it was like after breaking through, Yi Yuan was completely unsure too. Everything needed him to go and fumble. Entering the fog realm, Yi Yuan found an open SPAC and started introspecting his own body. Inside the divine sea, a viscous cyclone was revolving systematically, like a CLUS of nebulae. But Yi Yuan could feel that his divine essence was already completely different from before. As for the specifics of what was different, he could not tell either. The size of the viscous divine essence was around 1/4 smaller than before, but the total reserve of the divine essence was 100 times more than before. Yi Yuan sensed that this viscous cyclone seemed to be very mysterious. It further compressed the viscous divine essence. He clearly absorbed a large amount of divine essence, but the size became even smaller than before instead. However, what surprised Yi Yuan was that his divine sea became small too. Other people breaking through to the divine lord realm, it was transforming the divine sea into a small world. Him, on the other hand, not only did his divine sea not become big, it shrunk instead. Amen. What's this? Yi Yuan suddenly discovered that the surroundings of the viscous cyclone seemed to have some minuscule patterns. These patterns seem to be somewhat similar to the patterns on your body. Dustless suddenly said. Yi Yuan looked carefully. It really was so, but studying it for a long time, he also did not figure out what use these patterns had. What's my realm? Seems like calling it divine, Lord Realm isn't too appropriate, right? Yi Yuan suddenly said with a bitter smile, by creating a small world and becoming the sovereign of a world, only then could one be called a divine lord. But Yi Yuan did not have a small world at all, and naturally could not be called a divine lord. Dustless also looked speechless as he said, "This path of yours is unprecedented and unrepeatable, but I can feel that your realm is likely extraordinary. Maybe the path that you take is correct, and others forget it. You'd better name it." Yi Yuan had a bitter smile on his face, suddenly having a feeling of how the world was drunk, and he alone was awake. He thought about it and said, "Since a cyclone formed in my divine sea, why not call it Divine Vortex Realm?" Dustless nodded when he heard it and said, "Divine Vortex Realm, its apartment, haha. This old man is somewhat looking forward to just where you, this kid, can walk to." Yi Yuan laughed loudly and said, "I don't dare to say which step I can walk until, but right now I'm somewhat itching to have a go. I want to try the power of this divine vortex realm." Dustless froze when he heard that and said with uncertainty, "How to try?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Isn't there a live target ahead? Haha, let's go back." Dustless was stunned and immediately revealed a knowing smile. When that group of people saw Yi Yuan return, they would definitely get a big shock, right? Chapter 16, 76, Slapping Faces when hitting people. Chapter 16, 76, Slapping Faces when hitting people. Don't look anymore. You don't think that he can really come out, right? At a summit of 10 miles, Lung Qiuling was somewhat absent-minded. This 1 month's time, she was unable to sit quietly and meditate, looking over in the direction of the fog realm from time to time. When Zhuohan saw this, his jealousy could not resist bursting out, speaking sarcastically. Lung Qiuling gave him a glance indifferently and said, "Coolly, maybe he can really come out." Zhuohan laughed in spite of himself and said, "I know what you're thinking, but there's a saying called can be done once, twice, but not thrice. Does he really think that he's something? An origin deity, realm barging into the fog realm. This is purely courting death." Lung Qiuling opened her mouth, but did not speak. What Zhuohan said was reasonable, even though she knew that Yi Yuan was very mysterious and had a lot of means. But this fog realm clearly already said the normal scope. No matter how immensely formidable one's means were, it was also impossible to come out from inside. Lung Qiuling also did not know why she would be like this. Perhaps it was that stepping up for her, without the slightest hesitation, different from other people's deliberate striking up a conversation with her. Yi Yuan was purely just helping her out. Lung Qiuling could tell that when she took out the jade sword, Yi Yuan hesitated for that split second. Clearly, he did not want to take it. Zhuohan gave Lung Qiuling a glance and said, "Junior Sister Lung, I admit that this kid has some capabilities, but people like him will screw themselves to death sooner or later. This kind of guy isn't worth you recalling with nostalgia at all." Right at this time, a nonchalant voice sounded out, drawing everyone's gaze. "Oh, so a moron like you is worth recalling with nostalgia?" It was only to see Yi Yuan slowly walk out of the fog with a playful smile on his face. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance immediately caused an uproar. Is my eyesight failing? He really came out alive of the fog realm? Hang on. His aura seems to be different. It's no longer origin deity realm anymore. It really is. His aura is much more powerful, but I can't quite see through him. What in the world did he experience inside the fog realm? Could it be that inside the realm fog, there's some fortuitous encounter? Everyone had disbelieving looks. For an origin deity realm to be able to enter the Heavenspan mountain, fine. An origin deity realm being able to walk to the summit of 10 miles could also be understood. But an origin deity realm entering the realm fog and still being able to come out, what the H-E-L-I was this? Could it be that this guy was unkillable? Why you? How did you come out? Impossible. Even celestial deity powerhouses can't come out of there. So how can you possibly come out? When Zhuohan saw Yi Yuan, he had an expression like he had seen a ghost, stammering when speaking. How did I come out? Naturally, it's walked out. Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Zhuohan had shock written all over his face. Why was this guy's life so tenacious? The so-called Forbidden Land. He walked across it as easily as flat ground. There was actually such a freakish person in this world. Not far away, Lung Qiuling looked at Yi Yuan, pleasantly surprised, but also shocked. She did not expect that Yi Yuan actually really came out of the fog realm. This man was truly an enigmatic existence. This 1 month's time, what on earth did he experience inside? Yi Yuan slowly walked over toward Zhuohan and said with a grin, "Still remember what I said before I left." Even though Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed significantly with his 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord strength, he naturally would not be scared of Yi Yuan. Recalling the words before Yi Yuan left, he smiled coldly and said, "This place is the Heavenspan mountain. Even if I don't dare to attack you, could it be that you dare to make a move on me?" Yi Yuan chuckled as he looked at Zhuohan and said, "Then, let's give it a try." Finished talking, Yi Yuan suddenly slammed a fist out, directly striking Zhuohan's face. Zhuohan completely did not expect that Yi Yuan actually dared to really attack. Caught off guard, he was sent flying by one punch. A person must not hit the face when hitting people, but this punch of Yi Yuan's aimed for the face, hitting until his face was full of blood. Zhuohan staggered to his feet, his entire person dazed and confused, unable to even differentiate the direction. As so strong, a casual punch actually breached Zhuohan's divine essence protection. Lung Qiuling said with a face full of shock. Yi Yuan himself also looked at his fist, pleasant surprise all over his face. The power of this punch somewhat exceeded his imagination. This punch earlier, he did not employ the power of the fleshy body. It completely relied on the power of divine essence. He discovered that his divine essence seemed to be totally different from before. Even though his punch did not have world power, he could sense that there was another kind of power contained inside, enhancing the power of his moves. Yi Yuan did not know what this power was called, but he was certain that it was absolutely not weaker than world power. No, wait, it should be above the standard rather than below it. Zhuohan shook his head hard before barely managing to come back to his senses. He looked at Yi Yuan and burned with rage. You actually really dared to make a move. I'm going to kill you." Zhuohan being so old, it was still his first time being so disgraced to actually get hit by a brat who just broke through to the Divine Lord realm. He currently already lost his head in fury and completely forgotten that he was at the Heavenspan mountain. The aura of 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord suddenly released. That terrifying divine essence undulation gave people a feeling of palpitation. This Zhuohan's strength indeed was not just for show. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuohan with a smile that was not a smile, seemingly not worried at all. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from above the sky. Dark clouds virtually formed in an instant. The terrifying aura instantly overshadowed Zhuohan's aura. Zhuohan suddenly shuddered. A scent of death instantly clutched his throat, making him unable to breathe. Without thinking, Zhuohan dismissed his divine essence and recovered to his normal state. Only then did the dark clouds in the sky calm, its angry and dissipate away. Even though the dark clouds dissipated, Zhuohan's back was already drenched in sweat. Only now did he abruptly and completely come to his senses. This was on the Heavenspan Mountain. As long as someone dared to make a move, it would trigger heavenly punishment. Fortunately, he did not attack just now. Otherwise, he would have already turned to ashes now. Suddenly, his entire body trembled, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief. Why was this guy fine? Not just him. Everyone used a horrified expression to look at Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan's momentum was far from Zhuohan's, he had indeed employed divine essence and the power of laws. Why didn't heavenly punishment descend? Weren't you going to kill me? I'm standing right here. Bring it on. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuohan with a smile that was not a smile and said, Zhuohan's expression was incomparably ugly. Currently, in his eyes, Yi Yuan was an out-and-out monster. If you're not coming over, then I'm going over. That punch earlier wasn't done to my satisfaction yet. Yi Yuan slowly pressed in on Zhuohan. Zhuohan was really frightened this time. He repeatedly backed away, expression panicky as he said, "Don't come over. You don't come over. Why doesn't it bring on heavenly punishment when you attack?" Rumble. Yi Yuan could not be bothered to explain to him at all. His figure suddenly vanished from where he was standing, and then he dealt another punch at Zhuohan's face. Chapter 1677, Plundering Clean. Chapter 1677, Plundering Clean. Yi Yuan's current realm was merely more or less the same as a first-layered heaven divine lord. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan's fist could not cause real damage to Zhuohan. But each punch of his was fist to the flesh, pummeling Zhuohan's face brutally. Zhuohan's protective divine essence could not block Yi Yuan's fist at all. With a few fists, Zhuohan's entire person was H-I-T until he was dizzy, unable to differentiate north, south, east, west at all. He only had one thought right now. That was to run. Don't hit anymore. Everything turned dark before Zhuohan's eyes. Eyes kept on rolling back, shouting as he ran wildly. That appearance was comical to the extreme. On the Civ Heavenspan Mountain, the two people could be described as "you chased, I fled," except a first-layered heaven divine lord pursuing a ninth-layered heaven divine lord and beating the latter. This image was seriously too impactful. Yet one could not fly on the Heavenspan Mountain. Yi Yuan even knew spatial magical abilities, walking as if on wings. No matter how Zhuohan ran, he could catch up in a couple of steps, then firmly give him a punch. By the side, the people were all dumbfounded. This guy is also too strong, right? The crux is that why didn't he trigger heavenly punishment? This kid is really too mysterious. All along the way, he subverted our understanding. TSK. Zhuohan suffered a big loss this time. An exalted ninth-layered heaven divine lord could only be beaten and not fight back. It's really a grieving to death. Zhuohan's junior apprentice brothers all did not dare to step forward. They did not dare to make a move either, and could only watch Zhuohan get beaten helplessly. Finally, Zhuohan could not take it anymore and cried out tearfully, "I beg you, don't hit anymore. Keep hitting, and I'll be disfigured. As long as you don't hit anymore, I'll agree to anything you want me to do." Sure enough, Yi Yuan stopped and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Anything really goes?" "Yes, anything goes, as long as you stop attacking." Zhuohan was really frightened. This was simply an endless torture. This guy in front of him was simply a devil. Zhuohan suddenly felt that in this Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan was invincible. The Heavenspan Mountain's various restrictions on ordinary martial artists completely had no effect on him. You could not attack, but he could. You could not enter the fog realm. He could. In this world, was there still such an unreasonable thing? A dignified ninth-layered heaven-divine lord placed outside. That was a powerhouse of a region. Now, he was actually beaten by a fellow who just broke through to the divine lord realm until his looks were beyond recognition. Who would I go and find to reason things out? Yi Yuan nodded and said, "All right, I'll say two things, and as long as you can accomplish them, not attacking you is doable. You say whatever, and I'll agree." Zhuohan did not even think, and immediately said. He was not dumb and naturally knew that Yi Yuan would demand an exorbitant price, but currently he had no choice. Facing an invincible opponent, other than yielding, what other choices did you have? Yi Yuan said coolly, "Firstly, apologize to Miss Lung and swear a heavenly Tao oath to not pester her again in the future." Zhuohan's brain had just come back to his senses. Hearing this, his expression could not help changing, and he pointed at Yi Yuan and said furiously, "Yi Yuan, you're despicable." Yi Yuan did not get angry either, raising his fist smilingly. Zhuohan could not help choking and gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said, "Fine, I promise you." In Zhuohan's view, Yi Yuan definitely wanted to L-U-S-T after someone out of his league, using this kind of method to force him to quit. Actually, Yi Yuan really did not have improper thoughts toward Lung Qiuling. It was all Zhuohan's own wishful thinking. But Yi Yuan also would not explain it. After all, in front of so many people, a lady's face was still very important. Letting everyone misunderstand a little was unimportant to him. Lung Qiuling looked at Yi Yuan rather surprisedly, not expecting that Yi Yuan's first request was actually for her sake. Honestly speaking, she was really annoyed by this stick candy-like Zhuohan to the max. Yet, she could not shake him off no matter what. The two families' elders were very optimistic about the interaction between them. Now, being able to resolve this problem once and for all, it was naturally a good thing to her. Thinking up to this point, she was rather moved by Yi Yuan in her heart. It was only to see Zhuohan come before Lung Qiuling unwillingly, using an extremely resentful gaze to look at her. He opened his mouth, but could not say anything. Everyone said that the more unobtainable the woman, the more tempted men were. Conquering an iceberg beauty like this was an extremely fulfilling sense of accomplishment to Zhuohan. He also believed that by relying on his talent, he could melt this iceberg one day. But now, because of one oath, all of his efforts vanished like soap bubbles. What? You still have a chance to go back on your word now. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuohan with a grin and raised his fist again. Zhuohan was already frightened out of his wits by Yi Yuan. He gritted his teeth, bowed to Lung Qiuling, and said, "Junior Sister Lung, in the past, it was all my fault. I shouldn't have pestered you. I, Zhuohan, swear in the name of Heavenly Tao to absolutely not pester you any more in the future. If I violate this oath, I'll die a horrible death." Zhuohan hated Yi Yuan in his heart, but he could not do anything about it. He already thought it over. After leaving the Heavenspan Mountain, he must think of ways to kill Yi Yuan. This enmity must be avenged. Hearing Zhuohan's oath, Lung Qiuling also had a feeling akin to being relieved of a heavy burden. She turned to Yi Yuan and said coolly, "Thank you." Although the tone was very indifferent, Yi Yuan could feel her sincerity and smiled at once, saying, "A small matter, Miss Lung don't have to mind." These two people's conversation seemed very plain, but it was extremely sardonic in other people's ears. Zhuohan said that he would no longer pester Lung Qiuling, but Lung Qiuling said thanks to Yi Yuan. This smack was really smacked resoundingly. How adverse was she toward Zhuohan to say this kind of words in public? Zhuohan's expression was simply even uglier than having eaten a fly. Of course, his currently pighead-like face. Others could not tell either. Many people were secretly snickering. The scene was extremely embarrassing. Sing for some time. Lung Chilling's disposition was cold. Her emotional intelligence was obviously on the low side. She still had not felt that there was anything wrong with her words. But looking at everyone laughing, she was somewhat confused. Zhuohan himself could not take it anymore. Turning to Yi Yuan, he said, "I've already done the first condition, so state the second." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Hand over all of the storage rings on you and your junior apprentice brothers." When Zhuohan heard, he immediately wanted to roar. But seeing Yi Yuan raise his fist, that chest full of rage immediately fizzled out. "See, consider yourself ruthless." Zhuohan was angered until he was about to explode, but could not do anything to Yi Yuan at all. Apart from yielding, what else could he do? Zhuohan turned to the group of junior brothers and said crossly, "Hand over all of the storage rings on your bodies." Finished talking, he himself took out a bunch of storage rings. After removing the imprints, he threw them to Yi Yuan altogether. Yi Yuan looked at Zhuohan and said with a smile that was not a smile, "I'll swear a heavenly Tao oath. Don't think of smoking through." Zhuohan could not help choking when he heard that and could only fish out another storage ring from his body. Clearly, the things inside this storage ring were very important to him. He looked at Yi Yuan viciously, wanting to say a few fierce words, but when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he forced it back. Saying fierce words at this time was purely asking for trouble. Chapter 1678, Leaving the Heavenspan Mountain. Chapter 1678, Leaving the Heavenspan Mountain, Yi Yuan collected over 100 storage rings and made each of them swear a heavenly Tao oath before he was willing to drop the matter. No need to check to find out. These 100 over storage rings were definitely a large sum of wealth. These people all came from an imperial capital. They were not shabby like the geniuses of imperial cities. Breaking through to the divine vortex realm, Yi Yuan's expenditure would increase. He naturally would not mind having an abundance of money. Putting away the storage rings, Yi Yuan said to Zhuohan with a smile, "You all carry on comprehending heavenly Tao. I won't disturb any more. If we're fated, we'll meet again." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around and left. Left just like that. Everyone had a stunned expression. The Heavenspan Mountain was not what one could come as, and when they liked. Each time they came to the Heavenspan Mountain, the martial artist's body would carry away quite a bit of heavenly Tao's aura. Only by refining all of these heavenly Tao aura could one enter once more. To geniuses like Lung Chilling and Zhuohan, they only used around 100 years' time and could pretty much digest all of these heavenly Tao. But to martial artists with very weak aptitude, they needed to spend thousands, even tens of thousands of years before they could digest these heavenly Tao. Therefore, coming to the Heavenspan Mountain each time was an extremely precious opportunity for martial artists. They all cherished it very much. Looking at Yi Yuan's current intention, he was actually going to leave in advance. Yi Yuan's goal of coming to the Heavenspan Mountain was already attained. He already did not need to stay here any longer. Creating the 4th level cultivation method, before Yi Yuan broke through to the 5th level, there would not be much of a bottleneck. There was nothing that could not be solved by a medicinal pill. Moreover, with the lesser Heavenspan Mountain on him, if not for encountering the major bottleneck this time, he did not need to come to the Heavenspan Mountain. Bringing along a Heavenspan Mountain on him was a great thing. Looking at Yi Yuan's departing back view, Lung Chilling actually gave rise to a faint sense of melancholy in her heart. She was taken aback, with fright by her feelings. She actually had the feeling of not bearing to part toward a man. This shouldn't be, but Lung Chilling was indifferent by nature and restrained her thoughts very quickly and started comprehending heavenly Tao. She came to the Heavenspan Mountain this time in order to break through to the celestial deity realm in one stroke. Currently, she already wasted a lot of time. She could not delay any longer. Yi Yuan came to the mountainside and found the Ning Tianping, who was currently comprehending heavenly Tao, and directly interrupted him. When Ning Tianping saw Yi Yuan, his eyes immediately lit up, and he said in surprise, "Yi Yuan, you broke through." Ning Tianping was secretly shocked in his heart. He did not quite understand. With his strength, he actually could not see through Yi Yuan's depths. He just knew that Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed recently. He definitely broke through to the divine Lord realm soundly already. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This trip wasn't in vain. Come on, let's go down the mountain." Ning Tianping did not hesitate either, and nodded his head and said, "Go." However, Mo Li Fei was indignant and said with a frown, "A chance to come to the Heavenspan Mountain is hard to come by, so how can you give up halfway?" Yi Yuan glanced at Ning Tianping and smiled without saying a word. Ning Tianping smiled and said, "Master, you still don't understand His Excellency enough. Now that he broke through to rank 4, this disciple breaking through to the celestial deity realm is also right around the corner. I don't need to waste time at the Heavenspan Mountain at all." Mo Li Fei was stunned and full of puzzlement. Ning Tianping continued and said, "Master isn't aware, but His Excellency is even a 4-star alchemy G. O.D." Mo Li Fei thought that Yi Yuan had some Astonies. H.I. plussing ability. After hearing it, he said disdainfully, "4-star alchemy G. Oh, DS, you can easily find a whole bunch in this world. It's true that he's impressive, but his impressiveness can't transfer onto you either. A 4-star alchemy G. Oh, D can ensure that you break through to celestial deity realm. This celestial deity realm is also too pointless." Ning Tianping was speechless. He also knew that not seeing Yi Yuan's alchemy Tao standard with their own eyes, it was very hard for normal people to believe it. Ning Tianping just chuckled and transmitted his voice to Mo Li Fei, who was inside the spirit void ring. "Master, you'll know how terrifying His Excellency's alchemy Tao standard in the future. Perhaps he'll be the second medicine ancestor." The Mo Li Fei inside the spirit void ring trembled all over, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. Ning Tianping's appraisal was a little too high, right? However, if Yi Yuan's alchemy strength could really rival the medicine ancestors, then helping Ning Tianping to break through to the celestial deity realm was naturally nothing difficult. While Mo Li Fei was in a daze, Ning Tianping already went down the mountain with Yi Yuan. At the bottom of each level of the Heavenspan Mountain, there would be a Pa-S sageway. As long as one entered that Pa-S sageway, they would be able to get out of the Heavenspan Mountain. The two people Pa-S said right through the Pa-S sageway and returned to the Heavenspan world. Yi Yuan was not in a hurry to leave, but returned to Southfoot Town. Within reason and favor, he should bid farewell to the old drunkard. When the old drunkard saw Yi Yuan, he could not help getting a shock. You really returned safe and sound. No, wait, you even broke through. But why do I actually have a feeling of not being able to see through your actual situation?" Seeing Yi Yuan again, the old drunkard discovered that monumental changes took place on Yi Yuan's body. This kind of transformation was very hard to use words to describe, but without a doubt, Yi Yuan broke through to rank 4. At this moment, he finally understood why Dustless thought so highly of Yi Yuan. Entering the Heavenspan Mountain with origin deity realm strength, not only did he come out unscathed, he even broke through the shackles. Just based on this, it was not what ordinary people could accomplish. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Junior's cultivation method is a little special, so it looks somewhat like inside a cloud and fog. The old drunkard's expression changed, and he said in surprise, since you obtained Lord Immortal Grove's inheritance, you actually didn't cultivate his cultivation method. The old drunkard understood Immortal Grove very well. Even though Immortal Grove was very formidable, his cultivation method could not possibly let Yi Yuan give him this kind of feeling. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This junior didn't cultivate Senior Immortal Grove's cultivation method." The old drunkard's expression changed, incredibly shocked in their hearts. One had to know Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove's cultivation method was the Heavenspan World's Peak cultivation method. As long as one cultivated in the proper order, forget about Heavenly Empyrean realm. Even peak Heavenly Emperor was completely not an issue. But Yi Yuan actually did not cultivate. Then where did his cultivation method come from? Dustless also appeared and said with a smile, "You don't have to guess here and there anymore. This cultivation method was created by Yi Yuan. He encountered a bottleneck, so that's why he would come to the Heavenspan Mountain to seek opportunities to break through. Now that he already broke through successfully, there's naturally no need to stay as well. Old drunkard, you just wait at ease. About Immortal Grove's grudge, Yi Yuan will help him to avenge it before long." Old drunkard's entire body trembled, with titanic waves setting off in his heart. For Dustless to dare say this, it showed that he had full confidence in Yi Yuan. Looking at it now, this kid in front of him was really not as simple as he imagined. After the astonishment, the old drunkard gave Yi Yuan a deep glance and said, "All right, this old man will wait for your good news. If you can help Lord Immortal Grove take revenge, this old man will serve you all your life by slaving and toiling for you for life." Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Senior drunkard is too serious. That Heavenly Emperor Jiu Shang, I have a great enmity to. Even if not for Senior Immortal Grove's sake, I won't let him go either." Dustless scolded with a laugh, "You old fogey, you really take yourself to be someone important. This kid's future accomplishments are far from what you can imagine. Jiu Shang is merely one of his stepping stones.